Hey, hi, howdy, hello. Turn up my thing. Whew, today's been interesting. Um, so it snowed again. I don't know if you caught my earlier live earlier today. Um, yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna talk to you. Not you. Somebody emailed me, and I'm like, nope, they're not supposed to be contacting me. Um, so I posted pictures of um, the boxes that I'm giving away on my community tab. And the first one is gone, and the fourth one is gone. So there's only one left if you want it. They're actually pretty cool. You can fit quite a bit of stuff in these boxes. I don't know when I'll get more. It may be I do this once a month. Depending on the boxes that I get. But the ones who got the first and fourth one, I hope you enjoy them. Um, Make sure and look inside and get your card and your handmade craft. I'm tired today. It was one of those days that seemed like it was never gonna go the hell away. It snowed again, thanks to somebody, Harry, um, wishing bad weather upon me because Harry can't shut the fuck up and stop saying things about blizzards, Harry. Um, so we got another blizzard, and it's supposed to snow again tomorrow, Harry. In case you're wondering who I blame for the latest snowstorm, let me be very clear. Harry. Harry is to blame for the latest fucking blizzard in nearly April. You asshole. But anyway, so we're gonna do some fun Karens. I found some good videos, by the way. Just gotta pull it up. You gotta pull out. A pull out game is strong. I haven't knocked anybody up in over 6 months. That's a joke. I don't have a penis. Just need to clarify that. I'm trying to find this video. Give me just a second. Oh my god. Did we not watch Hobgoblins? Ew. That's gross. What is that? Okay, I've seen it. So now you have to see it. I'm just afraid that I found this while doom scrolling. That should tell you everything you need to know. This is not Karen's, but it's disgusting. And I don't. Ew, God. Hey, hippie chick. Harry, I swear to God, I'm gonna put you in timeout. Before I play this, though, I need to say that I am not responsible for your therapy. I didn't do this. I found it while doom scrolling. This is not my fault. I had to see it. Please don't sue me for your therapy bill. I am not responsible for your therapy bill. I will not pay your therapy bill for what you're about to see. Just need to put that disclaimer out there. Okay? Everybody clear that we're not suing Panda for our therapy? Okay, good. Moving on. So, I'm not going to explain. I'm just going to play the video.
Thank you for contacting them as a company. So, here is your 2, 1, 0.
Katie's cooking a fishtail pie again. Once again, we don't know. What's going on, guys? It's your boy, Dad Flaming. This is top news. It's a great day for the unemployed. So, well, you've been living under a frying pan. Let's get into it. They're gonna make a burger.
To make a burger.
Bomber Cart. You are very, very correct. Just
It, I don't know. This thing keeps crashing about the same time every night. I don't know what the hell. But in case you missed it, she just ate raw sewage.
Thinking it was something miraculous. No, it's the big cheese. Okay, I might start calling candy the big cheese. Well, dairy. Am I right? What does that mean? I don't know. Fuck it, let's just get into it.
That just took me ages to remember that name.
Yeah, sorry. I had to restart the but we're back now, so yay. Um, you're not gonna thank me though, because what you are about to see is probably gonna traumatize you. Ugh. She just ate raw meat sludge. Raw meat sludge. Like, I don't know how else to describe that. It was gross.
It's called to keep going back on my cameo, going back on, remember, going back on, going off, come on, go. Fucking hell, I'm going to apples. So, Big Tommy, I've been asked to make you meatballs of pasta with protein powder and grated cheese. Is that nice? Well, I'm going to cook it for you and try it for you, so I'm going to try it for you today.
Straight.
Ma'am, you do not tear open a meat package with your bare teeth like that. First off, you don't know where that package has been, or how many germs and diseases have accumulated on that plastic. How are you alive? Like, your immune system must be top tier. Like, you could survive the apocalypse with your immune system. Oh, that is so gross. I'll be right back.
With the teeth, man. Oh. I think she lost a mouth. Did she say protein powder? You doing what I think she's gonna do? Not only does she break the
One.
Oh, one up. So, some great. You asked me to buy some cheese strings and grate it. Taking the piss out of me.
it's fucking cheese. That's hilarious. Cheese grater. What the fuck? What the hell? Cheese strings are nice and everything, but are they gourmet enough to grate them? That's crazy. That's crazy, but alright, fair enough. She's making the old vintage Italian way with the hands. But cleanliness, we don't know what that is. I think it's over there somewhere. Yeah, no, brother, come suck on my fingers.
Cheese grater. Cheese grater. How are you, mate? I bought a big cheese grater. Want me to grate these? Are you sure?
It took me a second to realize what I have to do with anything, Fred. I don't know. It's probably made in China. What's that got to do with it, Fred? I don't know. I don't know. It just looks fucking sick. A bucket. I've always wondered that though, because it is annoying when using a grater because you're holding the block of cheese and you're like, okay, my wrist is stuck. That's the most sus thing I've ever done in my life. Whatever. All right, so you Grating the cheese. How do I make this not look weird? Grating the cheese. How long's a piece of cheese, Fred? The fuck? No, I don't know. All right, so you're grating cheese, your wrist hurts, and then you graze your knuckle on it. Oh, no, I hate grazing my knuckle on it.
I know I'll cook whatever people want, but grate some bloody cheese straws. I don't know, I think it's going to grate, mate. That's a silly request.
It's the fingers. Put your fingers in the grate. Ow! I caught the nail on the.
That looks disgusting. Like, ew. Yeah, I'm doing laundry. I had to get the load out of the dryer. Now everything smells like lavender. I use wool balls with essential oils instead of dryer sheets. To me, it helps the scent stay in your clothes longer, and you're not having so much waste. Like with dryer sheets, you have to use them and then throw them away. It cuts down on waste, and it's more environmentally friendly and more cost effective. So I use essential oil on the wool balls and put them in the dryer, and it does a better job than dryer sheets. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't eat that if everyone in my chat gave me $1 million. I wouldn't even do it if they gave me $1 billion per person. No.
On the grater.
It might be easier if we do that. Yeah, grating Nate, Big Tommy. Okay, from the big cheese people. Why can't you just give me a big cheese to grate? That's your name. Oh.
I think I've actually just found the technique to grate a cheese string. You hold it like a pencil, but like a caveman would hold a pencil. You go. I know, fucking engineer right here. I'm not an engineer. All right, let's just get back into the meatballs, Fred.
Protein powder. I hope it makes me lose weight.
Questioning myself, was that Parmesan? No, it's like some sort of vanilla protein shake. Oh, that's just brilliant. She never ceases to amaze me. Let's put some protein in meat. It's just brilliant.
Bitch, that bloody scum. So, Big Chef Tommy, this is from the Big Cheese. They totally said thank you for contacting them as a company.
I didn't even hear her dialogue then. What was that? I don't know what was louder, her voice or the frying. Oh.
So, Big Chef Tommy, this is from the Big Cheese. They turned and said thank you for contacting them as a company. They also said living with you is like living as an Asgard family. What is an Asgard family?
Asgard family. Thor? We're taking to elves to Isengard. No, that's something else, Fred. We're taking Thor to Asgard. What's the meme? I don't know. Thunder. Whoopoo! That's not how thunder sounds.
So let's cook our meatballs and then have the feast. To be honest, it don't look that bad. It smells like banana. Anyway, Big Tom, they said you are wonderful and beautiful. So, here is your meatballs you requested.
Oh, God, it looks like the inside of the... Arrest this woman! She's eating raw meat. I don't know what's worse. Reacted to that video the other day of a guy eating raw chicken. There are people that do that. Or fucking raw meat. Raw meatballs! Fry the banana shake. That is logistically possible.
I will always buy what you request on my cameo.
Oh, just to quickly say, she doesn't have a cameo anymore. I know. I think my channel's turning quite quickly into an archive channel. All the little ventures Candy's done. Well, I've recorded it. I'm like a historian of candy. You could call me 50 Cent. I could take you to the candy store. I'm gonna press a banana shake.
Oh my God, Isaac. Look at it. Look at it. That looks like raw sewage. There's no way in hell I would eat anything in that pot. That looks like a disease waiting to happen. It's death in a frying pan. No, thank you. That looks disgusting.
Banana meatballs.
Banana meat.
I'll try any combinations, guys, so it don't matter what you request.
How about you combine a cooking lesson with... What do you guys think? What should she combine a cooking lesson with? Daz Black. That's what she should combine. Daz Black. Candy's cooking. I would watch it. I think half the internet would as well.
It's actually delicious. Thanks for...
Oh my God, those meatballs are raw. Where's the lamp sauce? And you see a lamprey in the corner rubbing its little feet together. Yes, give me the lamp sauce.
Hello, request. I thought it...
Yes! Me, when I drink Pepsi. Raw meatball, anyone?
It's weird, though.
Ma'am, can you please, for the love of God, close your mouth when you chew? We do not need to check your tonsils every time you chew. Like, she chews with her mouth wide open. Like, I can see every particle of food in her mouth. And she's sitting here gagging as she's eating it, which tells me it is not, in fact, delicious. She is doing everything in her power not to vomit. Something tells me that what she's eating is not delicious at all.
I thought it was weird. The cheese grater thing.
That's not the only thing that's weird, though. Maybe.
That's the only weird thing about it.
I gotta give her her dues. She's always wearing nice brand. Calvin Klein, you're sitting home, you're wondering, oh, I'm a little bit peckish. I feel like I fancy banana protein shake and raw meatballs. Really gets the cholesterol going. Ooh. Oh, they cut a Pepsi. Oh, on to the next candy video.
Hello, George Bedington. This is from Sammy. I'm here to make you your wedding cake. So, George, keep a lookout on your wedding.
I would get a divorce. If you made me a wedding cake, I would get a divorce. That marriage would last until I saw the wedding cake had come from you. Would you let her make your wedding cake, Harry? What about you, Isaac? Would you let her make your wedding cake? Your wife to be would ask for a divorce before you even got married if you let her make your wedding cake. Hey, April. Welcome to hell and the consequences of Panda doom scrolling again.
Wedding day, because I might crash your wedding.
Guys, if you don't subscribe, I'm gonna stick a broom up your ass. Is that the same kind of energy? I don't know. Maybe subscribe if you want that to happen. I don't know. You into that kind of stuff? Whatever. All right, let's just get. I don't know. What the fuck's wrong with me? I might be on a fucking list one day. Top 10 sexiest people. Ooh! Can't stop me. All right, anyway, let's pick a fucking cake.
It's the best thing that you'll ever do. So mix your egg.
I think I'm traumatized.
So, George, keep a lookout on your wedding day, because I might crash your wedding. I can turn a lesbian. It's the best thing that you'll ever do. So mix.
I can turn her lesbian. It's the best thing she'll ever do. Damn, Candy. You might make me lesbian. Making a wedding cake could make me lesbian. I don't know. You just don't know on the internet.
I can turn a lesbian.
Turn her lesbian.
It's the best thing that you'll ever do. So
It's
mix
the
your
best thing she'll ever do. Oh,
5,
damn.
3.
God damn. So she just stirred a cake mixture with a potato extractor tool. That's what I'm going to call it, because I don't know the name of it. It's a spoon. It's a big spoon of holes in it. That's what I'm going for. Look, it's right there. There's the evidence.
2, 1, 0.
I don't know how you...
April, that's my love song to you. I'm gonna turn you lesbian, and that's the best thing you'll ever do.
You subtract numbers like that, Candy.
Add your water.
Oh, I'm
Here.
excited.
And then you put the icing on top.
Okay. What cake is this going to be? A wedding cake. Oh, yeah. Make the bowl lesbian. Why not? The best thing that bowl will ever do. Oh, that's what that mixture needs. A potato extractor tool. Oh, I think I just heard the neighbour.
Ow! Hello, George Bedington. This is
that's
from
it.
Sammy.
That's it. That's all we get. Well, shit in a pot. Put it in the oven. There's your wedding cake, love. What, you thought it was going to be the best day of your life? No, I don't like it. Can't even turn on the camera. Oh, God damn. Ah, here we go. Here's Candy in the wild. Not only does she do videos with Burger Man Sergi Wergi, she goes into restaurants. She eats other people's food. And I think that's how she stays healthy.
Today in the United Kingdom, we are going to a chip shop. I come here 3 times a week. I am starving. Very starving.
I'm gonna push X to doubt that she is in fact starving, judging by she has the same land mass as Kentucky. I don't think she's starving. And thank God she eats other people's food, because if she didn't, she might not be alive if she only ate her cooking. I wonder if she ever actually eats her cooking, or if she knows better. The cake is a lie.
Hiya, can I get table service, please?
Hello, it's you again. How are you? All right?
Yeah,
Table for one?
yeah, just for me.
All right, darling. You go sit down and I'll sort you out.
Thank you.
It's the acting. I love it. I love it. Guy's not even being paid. What an actor. I love him. Who is his name?
Yeah,
Table for one?
yeah, just for me.
All right, darling. You go sit down and I'll sort you out.
Thank you. Oh, can I have 5 Scotch eggs? No, I mean pickled eggs. Can I have 1?
5?
Yeah, 5.
All right, yeah.
I just want 1, 2, 3, 5.
She's
Right.
not even afraid to do it in society. What was this she asked for all?
You go sit down and I'll sort you out.
Thank you. Oh, can I have 5 Scotch eggs? No, I mean
5 Scotch eggs. No, that's too normal. Pickled. I want it vinegary. What is this word? It's creeping me out too, don't worry.
1, 2, 3, 5.
Right. No.
Oh, and 5 pickles. Where's the pickles?
Pickled onions are here. Look. Oh, my God.
Can I have 5, 3, 2, none of those, please?
You sure?
Do you reckon numbers just mean nothing to you? Do I want 4? Do I want 6? So I'll have 7. Can you give me 3? What?
There you go. Don't want to use your hands.
Oh, thanks. But sometimes it's... Yeah, I can. Cheers. I like using my hands to eat. It's easier.
What is it, like 1/3 of the world uses their hands? You know what I'm saying? We don't always have to use cutlery. Fuck! Fuck society! God, I hate cutlery! What's all this hate? What's all this animosity towards a fork recently? I don't know.
I am indeed, April. Ugh. Yes, she actually said that out loud. Yes. It's gross. I could see her using her giant fucking bear claws to just shovel food in her mouth, because a fork isn't big enough. She would need a shovel. And the restaurant owner is probably like, that's disgusting, and would detour other restaurant goers from eating here if they had to sit across from her and watch her shovel food into her gaping mouth and chew with her mouth open. Oh no, they would throw her out that window.
Gluten free? What the hell is gluten free?
Don't mind me, I'm just boogieing out of the fucking background music. I swear this shit's copyrighted, Fred, and you can't even put that in a video. So she's finding out gluten-free. That exists. Doesn't affect me, because I'm a fucking invincible Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who, what? Maybe she'll find out what gluten is one day. Maybe her bathroom might find out sooner.
I ain't got no smell to them.
I hope you're hungry.
Yeah, I am. I'm sick of cooking.
You sure?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'll just bring the other sides as well.
Right, thank you.
Sick of cooking.
Oh, hot, hot, hot. That's it.
5 rolls there. Anybody?
Thank you.
5 pickled eggs.
Thank you. Now make sure we've got them right. 5, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's right.
Here's your
Oh,
onions.
they're my favourite.
There you go.
Thank you.
God, this is like a man versus food. All that food for one person. You sure you don't want to share it with your neighbor, Candy? Well, the title isn't lying. Eating food. 1, 2, 3, maybe 0, something like that. It could be episode 7,000. It could be episode 300. We will never know because numbers don't work here, all right?
Curry sauce.
Like any ketchup?
No, can some mayonnaise, please?
Okay.
Thank you. I like to put it in my curry sauce.
Even he's questioning it.
So guys, today I got a sausage, but I told you another mean lesbian.
Did she just say today I have a stuffed bitch? That's not nice. Yeah, she said she's starving. I'm pushing X to doubt that. Apparently, you can buy stuffed bitches.
Ugh, you tell them
What that?
LGBT and that.
You've got your drinks. Do you want some Diet Coke? So there's not that many calories for you.
Yeah, thank you. I had one
There you go.
I told you that's the problem, mate. I think it's the sausage. She's making the sausage lesbian. Hell yeah! I don't mean anything by that, by the way. She just goes on with it, and I kind of just join in. Am I allowed to do that? I don't know. Fuck it.
This has no.
Look at the amount of food she's eating, and you're worried about a Coke. It ain't the Coke she's getting all those calories from. It's the mountains of food on her 5 plates of food that probably is presenting the calorie issue. That Diet Coke ain't gonna do shit. It ain't gonna help you to drink diet soda if you're sitting there eating 5 plates of food piled to the damn ceiling. There's enough food on your table to feed an entire family of 8, dude. It ain't the soda that's the problem.
Calories in it.
To be found double parked as well.
Oh, it always happens.
Is it raining? Damn it! It's raining! And she's getting shit on her shirt! My life is coming to an end! Oh!
It always happens. They always wear it. But as they say, if you didn't wear it, you didn't enjoy it.
That's how we do it, people. When the sauce is playing leapfrog, that's when you know you're enjoying it.
I think they've got karaoke this Saturday at 6 o'clock, but I'm going to be here. But it's like a Michael Blueblade tribute. No, George Michael tribute.
Can you not stop eating long enough to talk? And I pray to God that man don't have other customers in the restaurant with you. You were sitting there shoveling food into your gaping mouth while talking and spitting food everywhere. That's disgusting. Hey, Running.
I'm going to be here.
Was that a bit of lore? We reacted to a Candy video where she went to said, what was it, Michael? Fuck me, what was it? I have genuine auditory issues. Michael who? Michael George, that was it. Jesus Christ. George Michael. Fuck me, I'm dyslexic. Point being, she went to this venue. Just say she vibed out a bit too much. She was a little bit hectic. Oh, right, so she's getting sauce dripped on her.
Can you let me know about that karaoke Saturday night, please?
It's not karaoke, it's George Michael tribute act, and he's Andrew Browning. He's amazing. He's got his own theatre show.
Oh, what time is it on?
He starts at 9 o'clock. Do you know what? Why don't you come down? I'll get you to sing a duet with him.
Yeah, okay. Does he do One Direction?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. But maybe.
I'll practice a George Michael song.
Yeah,
then.
practice a George Michael song for me. Last Christmas, maybe.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, you like that one? All right then.
I just don't like George Michael. I love him. 'Cause last Christmas, you did give your heart to me, Candy, and then you put it down your shirt. All right, we've learned a valuable lesson today, and that's Candy. She can turn a sausage lesbian. She can turn your wife lesbian. I don't know where I'm going with that. Just been another amazing Candy video. I fucking love her. I don't know what it is about Candy. She actually brings so much joy to me. I don't know what's happening. She hasn't deleted it. It's just all private. She tried making a comeback, but I believe I read, and you're gonna have to take my word for this. They were all re-uploads. So what's happening?
I feel like I need therapy after that. Now let's watch another one.
Want to give you a trigger warning for this video because there is a bloke later on in the video that likes to eat raw chicken breast. I'm just giving you that warning now. Enjoy the video.
Again, I'm going to issue the disclaimer that I am not responsible for your therapy for what you're about to see. I just need to put that in there somewhere that I'm not paying for your therapy, and that is all. Oh, you're good. Yeah, I don't really cover her much anymore. I need to do an update on her, but I just haven't. No.
Headache. Today I'm reacting to 3 insane people. King Cobra JFS, Flesh Gods, first of all, Candy's cooking. Oh my god! What's going on, guys? I'm your boy Duff Flaming. So today we're going to be ranking insanity. Starting off with King Cobra. King Cobra, take it away.
What's up, YouTube? It's your boy King Cobra. We chilling like rockstar villains. It is Christmas. I'm going to make some ribs, honey mustard base ribs.
Yes! Literally me when I hear he's going to be making something. Not for anyone else, thankful. As you know, it's Christmas. It feels like cooking something. Chefing it up, using the kitchen for what it's supposed to be used. Oh.
So let's get the ribs open and we'll get into it. Got the oven preheated.
I see this shit, I'm like, damn, that's a lot of rib there. But tasty, actually. It's currently 20 to midnight. I feel like going to the shop. Is anybody's butcher's open? I feel like eating some meat all of a sudden.
I like this brand of ribs that I got last time, so I went and got it again. We're going to take a fork and we're going to stab our ribs.
It's just the way he looks. He's so like, yeah, I may be pushing 30, but I still rock that though. Hey, can we get a selfie, King Cobra? Yeah, man. You know, I feel like he's that kind of guy. Oh, it's millennial humor. Anyone watch Scary Movie? Just shut the fuck up. You're old now. He's sporting a cap. He's cooking some ribs. We've got an American over here.
Just like that, they'll tenderize it. Pretty much just like our last rib recipe, just kind of. Now, before we add our base sauce, I want to take our seasoning. We're going to grab our country crock and we're going to plop
The camera angles. Oh, yeah. Stab that meat up, bro. Yeah, I can see it from about 10,000 miles away. I've lived long enough to know what stabbing fucking some meat with a fork looks like. King Cobra, I need to see what it is. I need to see stab your meat, bro. Stab your meat. Oh, and also sprinkle that herby goodness on
And a
it.
sprinkle of that chipotle honey barbecue rub, liquid smoke. And then we're gonna add a splash of soy sauce. See this leftover honey mustard that I have?
Yeah, honestly.
Hey, Tammy, good to see you. Love you. Smooch, smooch. We're watching people that don't know how to cook make disgusting dishes that probably give people diseases. Like vomit inducing plates of food, or what's supposed to be food.
He put all the herbs and spices together. This guy loves jalapeno, and when I mean he likes it, he likes that shit. I don't think he can have his cereal without jalapeno.
Okay, I'll show you this mixture. Whoop, look at that.
Oh, what the fuck? Who let the dog out? Who?
To the mix. Okay, I'll show you this mixture. Whoop.
Ah! Someone! Not only do we get to see the herby goodness, we get to see the feet. Oh, ogre feet. Oh,
Look at that. Beautiful. See that mixture? Mm-hmm. Now we're gonna add a splash of our habanero honey mustard.
Bro's invented a new way to hold forks. All those kings and queens back in the day. You weren't chill like him. Damn, what's that? Is that the pinky ring finger? Oh, that's a bit of something.
Then we're gonna microwave it, all that butter melted. We may not even need to microwave it, to be honest.
Mm. Oh no, Kiwi, I'm sorry. I'm glad to see you. I've missed your face. Everybody's back. I don't know what was in that pot. But it needs to go in the bin. It needs to go straight to the garbage can. That looked like toxic ooze and dog food. That did not look appetizing in the slightest. That looked like I would vomit. That's what that looks like. That's disgusting.
So now we're gonna add just a little bit of Bud Light Platinum.
I love Americans. But Bud Light, I gotta try Bud Light. What the fuck is that shit? It's like someone put a bit of salt in some water.
So basically, he took toxic waste, put it in a bowl, and poured hot horse piss on top of it. Because basically, all Bud Light is hot horse piss. It's disgusting. It's not even beer.
British people making fun of America again. Honest to God, I don't know how your palates can take. I drink it, and I'm like, but anyway, everyone's got their preference. You know, the more you get into something, the more you understand it, obviously. So he really likes Bud Light Platinum.
Give it a nice beer taste. Cheers to the holidays. And Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, family, fans, and friends. Yeah. Now I want to pour a splash of beer in there. And I got the stove heated to 420. Yeah. Frosty Butchie Bunda. Frosty Butchie Bunda.
Bro's just stimming. He showed us this bowl. What's in it? He's brewing potions. Not only is he contacting dark evil spirits, he knows how to make them and make portals. What's growing in that bowl? Oh, Satan. That's how he bathes. Have a look. Maybe he'll show us what's in the potion.
For our rib base, there's our honey mustard beer. Let's just try a little taste of our base here. Oh, YouTube. Sweet. YouTube. Can I show you something else too?
Fucking, I can smell the breath from there. Okay, he really likes his sauce. I've said this before, but he's got the palate of like a 10-year-old. I want Cheetos and beer. All right then, son. Here's $20 going out the stove.
Yes, 1 second. Shh. Look at it! New computer, baby. Sweet. Now we're going to take our sauce and we're going to just speed things up a bit. Just like last time, we'll just dump it on there.
Look at the consistency. It looks like bile. Your dog just threw up on the laundry. And what's dripping on it? Honey mustard beer.
The only reason I'm not with family right now.
Diarrhea spread on a splat of meat. Yes. Yes. And you don't want it, Isaac. I haven't had one in 15 years. It's not worth it. And for the love of God, don't try Bud Light. Drinking is overrated. It looks like minced up diarrhea. That's disgusting, Cobra. And what's worse is he's going to eat it. Ugh, I feel like vomiting.
Christmas is because I'm making wands for Etsy, baby.
Huh? What? Spelliarmus or the... I do like reading the comments. A splash of beer, then proceeds to pour half the beer and... Oh, god damn it. Wait, what's this? TWU. Oh, shit. I'm not in the gang, am I? Oh, I'm ostracized, I think. Don't know what to make of this comment. Cobra's cooking content is amazing. Like a blind man describing a sunset. Well, that's just... I don't know really, bro.
Yeah, buddy. Time is money, YouTube. Time is money. Here we have it. Our honey mustard based ribs.
Oh my god.
Kind of water.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you guys see that?
Cobra, man. He's let his cat vomit on...
Look. Look at it. I had to go back. Ugh. Ugh. Oh my god, that looks disgusting. Oh my god. And there's holes in the top of it where it looks like there might have been bugs. Oh god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Oh no. No.
the meat again. Does he own a cat? Wouldn't be
Little
surprised if
one.
the cat was in the
Oh my
oven.
god.
There she be. Ribs. Here are those ribs, fresh out of the oven. A little bit of caramelization. Honey mustard beer ribs, part 2. Oh, don't those look dank?
Caramelization. More like slime. More like he's never cleaned the fucking oven out. More like he's cooked the cat in the oven. I don't know. Oh, it just looks... How does it look hairy?
From when I made it. That's all right. Let's see how they do. Crack open a Mountain Dew because we're out of beer.
Oh, I love America. I really do. Just to make it more obvious that every can is one step in the direction of diabetes, they like to advertise straight to the bones. Real sugar. Oh, I never questioned it. Oh, shit. Pass me that Mountain Dew. What fuck? Is it real sugar? I just been to the store, bro. They keep giving me this fake sugar. That's all right, buddy. I got that real sugar. Well, it's just another thing I've seen in the past 2 videos. 2 videos ago, I saw Dr. Pepper beans.
Oh my god. Like he's just... Food is falling out of his mouth, dude. Or what was supposed to be food. Oh my god, that's good. I can't with his mouth noises. I will vomit. I'm sorry, but I can't watch him eat. King Cobra is like one of those people I cannot watch. He will make me run to the loo. Like I can't stand the mouth noises. It just I can't.
step 1 of insanity. Step 2 of insanity. Flesh gods. Let me just give you an introduction as to who he is.
That's a pretty big raw chicken breast, supposedly Amish. Told me this $2.99 a pound, and it says Amish. And I was like, man, that's kind of huge. Like if it's Amish, this is like a steroided chicken. But I looked up on chicken can be bigger.
Hear that, guys? Amish chicken is good. It's non-steroid. Apart from the nipple man. All right, let's be obvious. He's a shirtless man who has sat down to eat his dinner. You heard me right. Dinner. He sat down to eat his dinner.
Well, the ones I've always been getting were pretty small, but that's a jumbo-sized chicken breast. Put some sriracha sauce on it.
Oh my God. Oh, can y'all hear Gandalf? He's having a dream. Hey, well, I'll move the computer closer. He's barking in his sleep. Oh, him having a little dream. Hey, buddy, you good? Yeah? Are you chasing rabbits? Him barking in his sleep. Oh, God. Like, how is he alive? I mean, he's got a side of broccoli there. Like, that's gonna help.
How do you like to eat your raw chicken breast?
In a frying pan? Maybe he's just afraid of recipes. There's too many options. I must eat raw meat. No. It's also his just response to people. Because obviously, this being the raw chicken in the room, people know it straight away and they put in the comments, how do you know if it's safe to eat? If it's raw, I'm too nervous to eat raw. Cooking food does not make it any safer. That's not the point, bro. It's about enjoying food because, right, this hole, you've got one as well, unfortunately. What you put in it is your choice. Fair enough. Put whatever the fuck you want in your mouth. What you put in your mouth is repetitive. If you're putting the same shit in your mouth all the time, it gets boring. Even if, right, this guy is alive. He is somehow fully conscious. We've got to look at it as it's his choice, but also maybe we could try and push him into the area of flavor. Just fuck me. Just put a bit of this spice on there. I don't know how humanity's gotten this far.
I like to make ceviche or sushi.
Could you not smack like a caveman? And he does have some pretty massive titties. That's disgusting. Listen. This is not my fault. Again, not my fault. I was doom scrolling. And I saw it, so I thought I would share. I'm sharing with you. Because I love you so much that I didn't want to keep this cinematic magic to myself. And I thought you would want to see it too. So right, Isaac? I cannot handle his mouth noises. I'm gonna have to skip some in this
Little
video.
vibe. It's a fun little vibe. But it doesn't stop there. It's more insane. Somehow, I really don't know.
Some raw ground beef for lunch. Perfectly safe. Plain ground beef. You don't have to cook it.
Says who? Says this fucking guy. Like, I know you won't die from eating raw meat, but your body will either just reject reject it because you haven't built up some kind of tolerance. Humans don't like to admit it, but we're much like animals, you know. You have your family dog, you're like, little Lily the Labrador. Oh, I wonder what will happen if I feed her some raw meat. I know what will happen, love. She's shitting on your living room. Oh! My point is that in my
lime juice, and this has been like a week sitting in lime juice.
So you marinated it in salmonella before eating it. That's good to know that you marinated it for a week in its salmonella juice. That's raw chicken in that jar, by the way. And no, April, sharing is always caring. And this is how much I care for you. Listen, April. Don't you diss my love. You can't devalue my love. My love is valuable. And this is how I show you I love you. Oh God, that's disgusting. Oh God. Oh God, what have I done?
That's so good.
You know when you're lying to yourself, you've got to prove to yourself you can get through this. Shit is really nice. It's 1 week old. Oh, it's not a whiskey, bro. The longer you leave it, the nicer it will get. No, that's whiskey. Not Little Ellie the chicken. Ow! It doesn't stop there, though. Jesus.
Forever young. I want to be forever young. Grass-fed, grain finished. Tender as hell. That grain finished makes it so tender.
McDonald's, sort your shit out. It's healthier. It's grass-fed. This guy gets it. He understands what no one else does. He's ahead of the curve. Fuck's sake. Like, I don't understand what this guy believes. Like, yeah, it may be fine and fun to eat this raw meat. I believe he thinks that he's losing something from cooking. Maybe that's just psychological. I can't believe I'm cooking this steak right now. Or, oh my God, I can't wait for this steak to be done. I like it medium. I like it rare. This guy likes it raw. Oh, the saucepan industry hates this guy.
It's still delicious, though. It's got so much fat. I'm gonna put some honey on it. Forever young, I want to be
forever dead.
Yes, Isaac, I am.
And I will spread some honey on some raw meat. This guy, he likes a bit of sweetness with his raw. You know, that's a thing.
It's much more tasty when you add honey. It's like eating cake.
No, it's not like eating cake. Cake is delicious. And it's cooked. Cake is cooked, idiot. That is nothing like cake. This cow is still mooing while he's eating it. I think I just heard a moo come from that steak. Is he okay? Like, what the hell?
Imagine just making any eye contact with this guy. You'd just be looking at your elbows going, if I put a bit of honey on your elbows, it will taste like cake.
After a bear crawling for 55 minutes straight.
Imagine being at the gym and this guy is here. You just wouldn't want to go. It wouldn't matter how cheap gym membership is. 55 minutes you moved on your shoulders. Yes, I guess it's impressive. It's a skill no one else has, because you know why? You know why it's not normal to fucking walk on your shoulders. You have usable... He's in his swimwear. Obviously shopped in the kids section. Is that t-shirt's too small for him? I can see your belly, sir. But not only that, he's barefoot, wearing swimwear. One last level of insanity. Okay, just before Candy's cooking, because I know that's what you're here for. Candy's cooking, and actually I am too, and I cannot wait. Here we go. Second last bit of insanity.
One whole egg,
Ew!
2 egg yolks.
Ew! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! And he's gonna re-ingest this. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Raw manuka honey.
Okay. Oh, so you really have to sign up to Jackass. Candy hasn't even done that to me yet. Well, except that one time she started giving fucking Mitts a hand job. Jesus Christ.
No.
Why are you slapping it?
No. Just turned into a ball.
Annually, it's as if Joe Rogan's brother got locked in a gulag and got released during the Cold War and is still somehow alive. And he had to live on raw bear meat. And he traversed through the snow on his shoulders.
Cinnamon, curry powder, coconut meat, a few raw pecans, half an avocado, a cup of melted beef tallow and raw butter. Blend, spoon into a bowl. Melt some more raw butter and tallow, raw honey.
You know, some things just don't have to go in your mouth until it's all combined. Oh yeah, you could just put it in your mouth and then put it in the container. I guess that's like edging your mouth before the real shit.
Chocolate squares, zest some orange in there. Pour chocolate on top. Put it in freezer for about 2 hours.
Hey guys, you want to make really nice high protein, high carbohydrate, whatever the fuck, high nutrient, dry yogurt, whatever he said it's called. Make sure you put saliva in it. Make sure you put that good old saliva in it. I genuinely think people in World War I lived better than this. It's like why do this to yourself?
I was thinking about you, so let me keep it now. Oh, okay. Yeah.
There are plenty more videos of him eating raw stuff because that's just his life. He's somehow transcended to a whole different universe to us. I think he should stay there away from us. If you want to go check him out, you can. Flesh God's Nobody. Last level of insanity. That is Candy's cooking. So this...
Her eye looks like it's trying to run away from her face. Like, each eye is wonky. She don't just have one wonky eye. Both her eyes are wonky as hell.
This is the finale, the penultimate of insanity. We have worked our way through this guy who somehow is still alive, to a guy who I don't even know how he is alive, now to a woman, this goddess that brings us so much enjoyment on this channel. And if you are new to this channel, make sure you subscribe. I'm trying to get to 10,000 subscribers, and the first line in the link in the description is a submission page. Go if you have any ideas of what I should react to. Go and submit your idea. With that being said, let's get into the last bit of insanity.
Hello, guys. Hang on. This is your chance to win £90. All you got to do is tag your friends, your cousins, your mum, your dad for a chance to win a free meal.
Yeah, I just sent it to my whole entire chance to win $100. Are we actually about to see the first thing cooked? We're about to see it flipped.
This is a chocolate burger.
Of course it is.
You can try it for £90. Just follow me on Instagram at Candy's Cooking Official and let me know if you want to try my burger.
If it wasn't obvious in the last video where I reacted to Candy, and solely Candy, by the way, I dedicate videos to her. I'm following her on Instagram, I'm following her on TikTok. I mean, we've even chatted, but she's been ghosting me for like the past couple months now. Honestly, I don't think she likes me anymore. But either way, I still like Candy very much. And I wanna try some of your chocolate meats. It's very delicious, and just a little bit charred on the top.
Delicious.
She specifically went for the pig bit. Look at it.
Oh my god. Chocolate hamburger. Like hamburger meat and chocolate. That sounds disgusting. But we did just watch a dude do some of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen anyone do. Oh god. Ugh.
It's the same color as her t-shirt. Look at that.
Delicious.
Oh, filthy.
Let's get the chocolate.
No, leave it at the shop. It's a bit awkward. You've kind of just left me here, Candy. Ah! What's that? Oh, what was a Quality Street? How fancy. A little bit for me, a little bit for the mince.
Hurry up and cook the bitch. I've run out of water.
Some dirty talking to Candy. I might save that for later. Cook your bitch. Oh, I need to hear that again. It's a little bit of dirty talk.
Did she just say I need to cook this bitch? First, she's stuffing bitches. Now she's cooking bitches. Like, is that legal? Oh, you're still barking. Yeah, hello. Hello, puppet. Hey, you having a bad dream? Gandalf, are you practicing magic in your sleep? Are you casting spells? Are you casting spells? You seem distressed in your little dream. Are you okay? Want mommy to hold you? Are you having a bad dream? Yeah. Poor little fella. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to try it. I don't want to. And again, her meat is raw. Like, I'm convinced this woman doesn't know how to cook. Also, in the first video, she's eating stuffed bitches. Now she's cooking the bitches herself. I don't think that's legal. I think cannibalism is against the law, even in Britain.
Hurry up and cook the bitch.
Oof, that was beautiful. So she's got a Quality Street in the raw meat. On the non-stick pan, by the way. You need Teflon in this situation. You need scientific engineering because nothing else is going to be scraped from that pan.
I've run out of oil.
She's run out of oil. Okay. The last...
No, you did not run out of oil. You burnt the fucking oil. That oil you had in the pan is now vapor. You vaporized the oil. You didn't run out of it. You fucking burnt it. Along with everything else in the pan.
Video of insanity. The thing we've kind of all been waiting for. We're like, Fred, how bad can it get? Well, actually, it started and finished with the same woman. You ask me, Fred, how can you be really worse than eating rotten chicken? Well, I reply with this TikTok.
Hi guys, today we are having a healthy one. So we've got our oil, just a little bit.
Just oil. I would hate to see you use a lot of oil if half a gallon is a little bit. Jesus. You poured half a gallon of oil in that pan and it still disintegrated? You need to turn your heat down, ma'am. You vaporized a half a gallon of oil. Your pan is too hot.
Right. Healthy for me and my neighbor. She puts in, well, I don't know, enough to drown a bait. Oh my god, fucking hell, that's dark. How the hell did I say that? It's deep enough, but shallow enough to drown someone. That's what I tried to say. Fuck, why did my brain go to that?
Oh, and guess what? We got a new oven. My neighbour bought me a new one because he tried to clean the other one. Because something's been making him feel poorly for the last few months. I think it's because I didn't clean it for 7 years.
See, you've got to look within yourself, Candy. If he's always ill, maybe it's you. All right, we all know it's satire and irony and the fact that cooking for her neighbor and all that shit. 10 liters of oil. But I always just like seeing where these videos go because we have a little bit of a dance, a little bit of a and then a little bit of the eating the raw meat. Stop using your teeth. What are you, Jaws?
Hello, Americans. I've missed you so much. Can't believe you left for 24 hours. So we got our bacon, Americans, and United Kingdom.
Well, you didn't have TikTok for like a day. How did you guys get on with it? Were you guys like, oh, well, there's more to life than TikTok? Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Oh, shit, I don't...
Leave it to Dark Angel to know who Candy's cooking is. Yes, you missed it earlier. We watched some guy eat raw chicken and a bunch of other raw stuff, and he nearly made me vomit. And he ran Kiwi off.
I don't have TikTok. Oh, my depression's gone. What are the chances?
You may be thinking this ain't healthy, but I'm going to show you the end product, what makes it healthy. We got to fry it first. It keeps coming off. I keep turning it on, but it keeps coming off. Do I put that on?
Ma'am, did you just... Ma'am, you are committing a crime right now. This is a crime. You just put half a gallon of oil in the bottom of that pan and then put bacon in it. Do you not realize that bacon makes grease and that oil was completely unnecessary because bacon creates its own oils? Bacon is half fat. You didn't need any oil if you were making bacon because bacon creates its own grease. And you've drowned the bacon in oil. I'm sorry you guys have been sick. Yeah, the flu's been going around here lately. I hope you both get to feeling better. I miss both of you very much. You'll have to come back. I miss you guys.
Oh, it's a bit complicated.
Maybe it's one of those AI ones. Maybe it's a fucking Autobot. That'd be great, wouldn't it? ChatGPT other than anyone. What the
Ma'am, if your oven is making noises like that, Whatever you have concocted and mushed together has come to life and is coming after you. I don't know. I think whatever she's concocted and stuck in the oven has now come to life and is going after her.
When I was younger, I always wanted to be a singer. But then that career didn't work. And then I wanted to play for the men's football team, England.
I saw that and it's disgusting.
That didn't work. So I'm just going to have to stick with cooking. This is working out well for me. I can sing you a song.
Honestly, I don't know where she comes up with this. We go from like physical black and white comedy to her explaining her life story.
Okay,
About
so I figured it out. Earlier, she was talking about eating stuffed bitches. Then she said she was cooking bitches. So I'm fairly certain what's making that sound in her oven would be the bitches she's cooking.
She tried to become an England football player.
You can achieve anything you want to in life because you're very special, Candy. I was like, thank you. So let's sing a Bill Gates song. Don't tell me but it feels like
Do you guys prefer this lighting? Is this good lighting, or would you like that lighting? Let me know in the comments. I always miss these. When she does a TikTok and she does do a little sing and dance, I'm like, shh, and then she does the sing song and I'm just like, yes.
So sad when I thought you Americans were gone for good. I wanted to show you my new chocolate haircut. Look, I've turned it chocolate colour.
I love the haircut.
Yeah, just gonna like give myself a new haircut. I'll show you what it's like at the end. Come back for part 2.
Oh my god!
It's so much cheaper to do it yourself.
No, ma'am. Oh my god. I am never eating at this woman's house. She is shaving her head, standing over, cooking food. Right, Kiwi? She's literally shaving her head into the food. That is, oh my god. I cannot. No, oh. Kiwi. Come on now.
Am I in a fucking dream? Is she shaving her hair whilst frying some sausages? What is going on?
Oh, that's the thing about this new oven. It keeps going off and on and I don't know why. Maybe just put that back on like that again. I don't know.
You're pissing me off. I actually want to figure it out. Candy, let me in your house. Figure out the fucking oven for you. So now she's got a bunch of eggs out. One way to do it.
Don't worry, I'm still going to show you the egg part.
I'm literally watching the saucepan, or sorry, the skillet, and I can literally see the sausages floating. They're like bobbling up and down. Look at it. It's like it could swim the 7 seas. Oh God, stop. It's bigger waves than Hawaii. I guess I can't back you up anymore. Oh.
Come on. 2.
Oh, here we go. Oh,
What are you doing?
3.
here we go. I mean, I was learning Blender.
6. 7. 8. 10. 11.
Done it again.
12.
Hear that, guys? 12 sausages in your blender. Not only would this guy here be like, wow, I want to marry that woman. Well, you can't because she's lesbian and she's a proud lesbian. Them two would be a fucking... eating raw ribeye together. Wow, that's some content I'd pay for.
Yeah. Ah,
Is it fighting back?
15.
I love numbers for candy.
Have your healthy juice.
Oh, that's what you meant by healthy.
1 for me. 1 for you. All it tastes like is banana. They're good. You don't need no bananas in it.
It really pisses me off because I really like these glasses. I don't know, like it reminds me of my childhood. Do you know what? She's looking fly with the buzz cut. Oh, shaved.
Brilliant. Now don't forget to have a lovely and well.
What? What the fuck was that?
And well.
She got a factory reset.
Forget.
Oh, okay, that's it. Ooh, okay, no. Yeah, I cannot. With no, nope. This is my dedication to your entertainment, right? April, what are you doing? You crack monkey. Don't you huff at me. He just huffed at me. Kay's cooking is... Yeah, I'm done with the cooking for the day. I'm done. I'm done. Oh, let's watch some Karens. We can watch Karens because if I watch any of them, any more of that, I'm gonna lose it. I can't. Nope. April, I can send you a link, girlfriend, but I'm done. I'm about to eat a snack, so I had to do something. Oh, look, a Karen. I wonder if she gets in any trouble. Surely, with a face like that, she's innocent.
5 reality checks. Watch as these supermarket Karens meet their match with the police. Here are 5 times when supermarket Karens get humbled by cops. Number 5. Shoplifter thinks she can lie her way out of arrest. Ohio.
I mean, it's me, Kiwi. Of course I'm gonna have a snack. I'm having fruit roll-ups in the flavor of sour watermelon and mystery flavor in the Galaxy series. These actually glow in the dark. Pretty cool. And they have little tattoos on them, but like I don't know why they put so much effort into these because you're just gonna chew them up and eat them. So like you're not gonna sit there and stare at your fruit roll up for hours unless you're stoned. Like I'm just gonna eat it.
Police respond to a call about a woman caught shoplifting at a grocery store. When the officers arrive, the suspect is already outside the store, and it's clear she's unwilling to cooperate.
I want my phone and stuff that they took.
Okay, come over here.
No, I didn't do nothing wrong. I'm not
over
with the
here.
store with anything. I want my belongings. They won't let me pay for my stuff without my belongings. They have my phone and stuff. That's not fair. I didn't do nothing wrong.
Where's your phone at?
It's in the cart. It's got the phone box and everything with different. I don't even know what the name of it is, but it's.
She is behaving in a certain type of way. Put a 1 in the chat if you too think she's on meth. Because she's really given a lot of meth vibes right now. Put a 1 in the chat if you think she's on meth.
Blanket and my damn it's a raincoat, my dad's raincoat for his motorcycle. Now that's not fair. I'm not like the store nothing. I didn't even make it to register.
Okay.
One of you want to come with me to get this stuff for her?
Wait, stay out here while she goes in there.
I'm not giving nobody my name like I didn't do nothing wrong.
Okay, well, if you want us to help you,
Obstructing.
correct.
How am I getting obstructing?
Did we tell you to stop?
I
Did we tell
stopped.
you? Okay.
I want to speak to the supervisor. No, I'm not going to be done this way. When I was trying to pay for my stuff and they
There's no
took my
need for a
card.
supervisor.
Yes, there is.
Information.
No.
If you do not provide your information, you're getting
Sarah Green.
arrested. Have a seat on here. Right here.
What
Right
the
there.
hell?
Have a seat. Right there where I'm pointing. If you look. Sit down. What's your name?
Sarah. Oh, shit. Sarah Green. I can't sit on that. Sarah. I want a supervisor.
Okay. What is your date of birth?
I want a supervisor,
Our
please.
supervisor's tied up.
I don't care. I want one. You have to give me one.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yes, you do. You're treating me like a criminal, and that's not fair.
Listen, if you just came to talk to us, we won't have to keep doing all this extra stuff.
Yeah, you would because you're going to listen to me regardless. Look, I got all over me, okay? I'm trying to buy tampons. You would be upset too. I want a supervisor. You have to give me one. You got body cams?
Huh?
You have body cams?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
They're on.
Okay, just making sure.
Don't you love it when they break the law and demand you have body cams? But right. I think she's on something. She's not behaving like someone who is sober.
Realizing the gravity of her situation, the woman now tries to get some sympathy, but the officers aren't easily swayed.
They took my phone and stuff. That's that. They took my belongings, and I was asking out a different haircut woman for an hour for my stuff back. Like, I give away. This is not even fair. Not even fair. This is not fair. My house just burnt down, and I'm not going to be treated like this for trying to buy stuff for it. I'm tired. I've worked all day, and I'll be damned if they're going to steal my stuff and I get in trouble for it. I want a supervisor. I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't do nothing wrong. How are you guys going to investigate a theft when they took my belongings? How is that fair?
We're investigating it now.
How is that fair? And my daughter's Mickey Mouse blanket. I come to get groceries for my no. I want to speak to my lawyer. Y'all are not doing this to me. No, I don't even have a criminal record. Never so much even had a speeding ticket. They still get to keep my stuff.
You'll get your
No, listen. I'm not a criminal, okay? I'm not. They have my debit card, my ID, my wallet, my phone, and I've been asking that woman for it for an hour to pay for my belongings. For an hour, okay? I've been asking her to give me where's my card so I can check it out. I left it sitting because it was too hard to push.
How did this whole thing start?
I come in here and got groceries, and I left the cart sitting and went and got some more stuff because it was too much to push, and then they took it.
It's too much to push.
Yes, it was too much to push. It has food in it.
The woman insists she didn't steal, but her excuse falls flat.
Isaac, right? I mean, these people are insufferable. They will steal from you and then get mad at you for not letting them steal from you. Like, oh my God, could you be more insufferable? Like, that's not a challenge. Please don't try. Right, April?
What's up, man?
Nobody knows where it's at, so they stole my stuff and I get in trouble for it.
Nobody said you're in trouble right now.
I feel humiliated, I feel disrespected, and I feel no.
Okay, I'm sorry that feel that way, but we have a job to do. So.
No, and you guys don't know. No. Just wait.
What's up, man?
Yeah, I know. I just want to say it front of I'm another manager here.
Yeah.
And they just saw her like fill up carts.
Yeah.
And then send everything. And they like, I was told she took her phone, like about started selling cars without her knowing. She's been running around looking for the stuff that's been disappearing.
She has been?
Yeah. So I don't know everything. That's just like from what I've heard, this is weird. Like we don't normally call you the way we did. She didn't, only she actually did it, I think called you way before she
Too early?
did something.
Okay.
So, but I don't, unless there's something I don't know or something. But,
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
that's just, I just want to let you know, you might be, I don't say this, I don't know.
Okay.
That's my side of things.
I want to investigate it first. So.
Yeah, no, 100%.
Yeah.
I'm just letting
I
you
got
know
you.
where I'm at.
I want my stuff.
Okay.
No.
We told you how this goes already.
I told you guys I didn't do nothing wrong. I never left the store. I never even made it to checkout. I never once looked like I was stealing. I left the cart sitting and I walked off and got more the rest of my stuff and come back and was trying to pay for it and they wouldn't give me my belongings.
Okay.
So that's how I know my rights. I'm not a dummy.
Okay, I didn't say you didn't know your rights. I didn't call you a dummy.
Name one time did I put something in a bag or did I put something in anything? Never.
Okay.
I never did. I laid a blanket on top of the cooler I was going to buy.
Okay.
Where is my belongings? My phone and stuff. I cannot get home without my phone.
Okay. Well, you're not. Right now. You're staying here, so. That's the reason there's 2 other officers inside.
One of the officers gathers more information from the grocery store staff. Meanwhile, the woman continues to insist on her innocence.
So nobody knows where my stuff is?
They just told you where your stuff
No,
is.
they didn't.
It's in a cart, clearly. So they're going to check on it.
Please tell me how I was stealing. Please. Please tell me how I was stealing.
Yep.
Please.
That's what they're going to find out.
Well, I know I'm pissed. I want my belongings.
You'll get them.
I'll get them when they're ready to give them to me.
No.
When they're ready, they get to steal my stuff, and I'm told I have to wait. But yeah, I didn't go nowhere near cash register with their stuff. I didn't even push the cart all the way around the store. I left it sitting in the front plaza register, so I didn't have to push it around the store. And then I get in trouble for it? Are you serious?
Yeah. Never take your phone with you. Never, ever take your phone with you to jail. Because while it's in evidence, they can go through it. Don't ever take your phone.
Can you go to the restroom with me so I can put some toilet paper down there or something so I don't fuck my pants? I have a long way to go. Or something, please?
No. Nothing?
Phone, dash pass, and chargers, stuff like that.
There's not a charger in there. Oh no, it's a USB connector or whatever.
Did you drive here with somebody?
No, not the bus. But they have.
Why were you trying to go out the back door then?
I was buying a flower. I bought a rose bush. Tomorrow's my mom's birthday. Go look tomorrow. I didn't even take the car outside. I got a rose bush from there. That woman came out there and told me that I couldn't be out there.
Hey, where are you going? No, you're not.
Why? What did I do? Please tell me what I done wrong. Please. Please tell me what I did wrong.
What?
I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't push no cart outside. I went out there and bought a rose bush for my mother. I know I'm bleeding all over myself. This is humiliation and I'm pissed. I'm sorry.
Do you have an ID in there?
I should have a wallet in here. Yeah, I should.
After getting her belongings, the officers asked for the woman's ID, but she insists that her wallet is missing.
There's no wallet. What does your wallet look like? It's brown. It's about like a square, about the size of it's about half the size of the phone.
Are you sure you had the
I'm
wallet when you came
positive
here?
I had it with me. It was with my phone. Where did you put it? The phone and the wallet was laying with the receipt in that little cubbyhole right there, like on the basket.
They get a return ever?
Yes. Tennessee. So there's no wallet in there?
No.
I'm gonna go look at a picture real quick.
How are you planning on paying for this stuff?
With my wallet.
Okay. How did you get here?
A bus.
A bus?
Yes.
So how are you going to take all that stuff with
On
you?
the bus.
You can take all that stuff on the
Yes, you
bus.
can take whatever you want on the bus. I know.
There's like literally 2 full carts.
There's not 2 full parts. There's 1.5.
There were 2
So
full
there's
carts.
4, like 8 boxes of donuts in the bottom of the one. Okay.
It's a very full cart.
I
How
know.
are you going to take all of that by yourself on a bus?
I do all the time.
Like, I feel like these cops shouldn't be pressing her about this bus. It's none of their business how she plans to get home with her items. It's none of their business. If she didn't steal anything, cut her loose. They're just being dicks now because they got to find a reason to keep her. Like, it's none of their business how she plans to get the stuff she pays for home.
Where's the bus that you're at?
The bus comes right down here.
Where are you staying?
Where am I staying? I'm staying at my father's house while I'm here.
Where's that?
I want a supervisor.
You're
I
not
didn't do
get-
nothing wrong.
He already told you you're not getting
I
one.
didn't do nothing wrong. Okay,
You have to tell us where you're staying.
I have to
Or you could be charged. Yep.
No, actually, that's not true, officer. Just because you want to know something don't mean you're entitled to know it. She's required to give you her identification. She is not required to tell you where she lives, especially if that's a confidential address. Or if the people she's staying with don't want their address listed in association with her. So no, she doesn't legally have to tell you where she's living. Unless you can convict her of a crime, it's none of your business. So far, you have no evidence she's stolen anything. She didn't steal anything. You have no real reason to detain her. And she doesn't owe you an address. Okay, dear. Yep.
What are you doing up here from Elmwood Place?
This is where the bus brought me. I'm not from here. Is this far?
That's pretty far.
Please tell me what I done wrong. Please. My wallet's missing, and I'm getting in trouble for it.
She lies again despite being caught concealing items, as seen in the store security cameras.
I mean, really,
How's your wallet missing?
because it was laying with my phone, and that's why they didn't want to give it. I've been asking them for an hour for my stuff. An hour.
Are you concealing items in the
Why
bag?
was I? No. I don't. No.
You did. It's all on video.
Okay, yeah, it's on video, and you see me ask the woman if I could. I said I need to keep this separate because that's what my mom was going to pay for. Okay, with her card, and
Where's your mom at?
she's not here. She gave me her debit card that's in my wallet.
And we're gonna ID you.
Yes, he's pulling up a photo to verify.
I have no record, none at all.
To Tennessee.
No record at all. Not even a traffic ticket. So the fact that you guys are treating me like this, can you go this way for me, please?
Hold on a minute.
I did not conceal a weapon. I did not conceal an item. I asked the worker, if you watched the video, I asked her, I said, can I keep this separate right here? She said yes. The gray-headed woman. She said, you're fine.
You're putting items.
I did not put nothing.
Inside other items.
I did not put nothing inside. I laid it on top of the cooler. What was inside it? I didn't put nothing in it. Please show me the video. Please show me. Please.
Here's a whatever. If they're doing that, confirm your identity. They're not pressing charges on it. They just want you to trespass, so you're not going to agree. Okay? So as soon as you start doing that, we'll be done.
Yeah, then I want to see the video, right?
Well, we're not required to show you that, and you already know what happened inside the store, so.
No NTIC.
I don't have no record. Am I free to go?
No, you're not right now.
As soon as we confirm the
Yeah, but it wasn't a food stamp, Harry. It was a debit card, not a food stamp card.
You.
trespass.
Oh, I thought are you waiting on dispatch?
Yes.
Okay.
The officers retrieve the woman's records and pull up a photo based on the name she gave them. This is where her lies crumble.
Can I get to a bathroom? Will you all get a bathroom with me, please?
We'll be down here.
I got all over me.
We'll be down in a minute. You're not allowed to come in here, though. You gotta find another bathroom.
I had a bypass surgery, so.
I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that.
I don't think so.
Are you serious right now? You're serious?
Yeah.
Let me see what picture you're looking at. That's not, I have gastric bypass.
That's not you? Is it not you?
I had about 80 pounds on me.
Where'd your mole go?
What mold? Oh, it was removed by a doctor.
Oh, you got it removed?
Yes. Yes.
Turn around and put your hands behind your back. We're done playing
Cigarette.
games.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Your
No,
cigarette.
oh my, no, I did not do nothing. That is me. Look, there's a scar there.
Drop your
Oh,
cigarette.
no, I want to speak to supervisor. I didn't do nothing wrong.
Okay. I'm going to ask you again, and then I'm going to force you. Drop the cigarette.
I didn't do nothing wrong.
Drop what's in your hand.
They're trying to say I was stealing, and now they're harassing me. When you're, I will have all your guys' jobs, every single one of y'all. Every single one of y'all.
She involved?
No. I got.
Turn around.
I'm not. I didn't do nothing wrong.
I mean, if somebody needs help, you could have asked somebody to buy it for you. That's not illegal.
I didn't steal nothing. That's the thing. Excuse you. My chest is hurting. I need to go to the hospital.
Here we go.
I need to go to the hospital. My chest is hurting. I have 4 girlfriends too, by the way. I need to go to the hospital. Okay.
Now in handcuffs, the woman continues to give a string of excuses.
You're under arrest for obstructing and
I need to go to the hospital.
falsification.
I need to go to the hospital.
We'll figure out who you are, what warrants you got.
I don't have no warrants. I've never even had a fucking record.
All right.
I need to go to the hospital. I have 4 girlfriends.
Did you hear me?
I have 4 girlfriends.
They got medical in jail.
No,
All
I
right,
need to go to
let's
the hospital.
go ahead and.
I have 4
right
broke
over here.
ribs. I need to go to the hospital.
Yeah.
I need to go to the hospital.
Hey, AJ, would you mind taking her back to booking? Much appreciated.
Do you have any...
No.
Kyle, do you have gloves on you? Mine are out.
No.
Gloves.
Yeah, because I'm so dirty.
I didn't say you're dirty. I just don't pat down anybody without gloves.
You're hurting. No, I'm not. I don't want to be touched by you. I'm not going. No, I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. You guys just, I need to go to the hospital.
You can stay on the ground. That's better.
I need to go to the hospital.
Okay. It's a little dramatic.
Guess we can tag on resisting.
I'm not resisting.
She just flopped over on the ground. Like, why do all Karens pull that same move? They all flop on the ground like that's gonna somehow save them from going to jail. Like, I don't understand. Has that ever worked?
I finished out. I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital.
Like the police are gonna think, oh well, she's flopped on the ground. We gotta let her go now.
Roll over.
No, I need to go to the hospital.
We have to lift you up. You're going to jail.
No, I'm not. I need to go to the hospital.
Okay. We hear you.
You're hurting me.
Okay, I'm not hurting you. I'm barely touching you. So
I need to go to the hospital. My ribs are broke. I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital, please. I need to go to the hospital.
She continues to resist arrest, adding one charge after another to her name.
You choking me
I
right
need to go to the
now?
hospital. I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital. You're hurting me.
Okay.
I need to go to the hospital. I'm pregnant and I need to go to the hospital. I'm pregnant and I need to go to the hospital.
You just told me you're on your period. How are you pregnant?
Where'd you get the EBT card from?
I'm pregnant and I need to go to the hospital.
She's been bitching this entire time about how she's got blood running all down her legs because she's on her monthly. So if she's on her monthly to the point she's having blood run down her legs, how's she pregnant? You can't be pregnant. And ma'am.
Are you on your period or are you pregnant?
I'm pregnant and I need to go to the hospital.
Okay.
I'm pregnant.
Are you gonna sit in the thing or do we have to put you in
I'm
there?
pregnant and I need to go to the hospital.
Are you gonna sit in the car or not?
I need to go to the hospital.
Well, you're being combative right now, so.
I need to go to the hospital. I need to go to the hospital.
You have a warrant?
No. I need to go to the
Why
hospital.
were you lying to us?
I'm not lying to you guys. I need to go to the hospital.
Why'd you lie about your age?
I need to go to the hospital.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
My face is on the ground.
Okay.
I need to go to the hospital.
Sorry. Sorry.
What are you gonna do?
Look, I know a lot of people. Like big people.
What are you trying to say?
Like, I will help you if you help me.
Okay. It's not going to get you out of going to jail. Might help you with your charges if you want to talk to someone.
I don't want to go to jail tonight.
Either way, Butler County's going to want you on their warrant.
No, Butler County doesn't. And Warren County will come pick me up. If I, please. I know a lot of people know about murders and everything.
Okay.
The woman was charged with resisting arrest, obstructing official business, and falsification. She tried to escape from the officers at the hospital and was promptly transferred to the county jail. Number 4. Entitled woman thinks she's free to shoplift. Officers arrive at a store where a woman has been caught shoplifting. The suspect is argumentative from the get-go, causing things to escalate quickly.
Can you get your hands out your pocket for me?
So she has a taco that's off of a grab and go, and then a peanut butter and jelly. She went to the bathroom and
Can you keep your hands out your pocket for me a minute? Okay, get your hands out your pocket for me. May I ask you one? Okay. Put your hands behind your back. Hey.
I'm not doing nothing. I'm not doing nothing, dude. You can't do that, dude.
Because I'm telling you to
I'm
get your
not
hands.
doing nothing,
Okay.
though. I'm not doing nothing, man. You can't be acting like that. You know what? The police on man. Ow, dude.
Don't resist.
Dude, you're not doing man. What are you doing, man?
Stop.
You guys are. I'm gonna call the news on you guys.
I'm gonna call a couple of all you guys are flash. This man took me, man, I don't even have you guys respect me. I have nothing. Just other than when the kid's twisting my arms and hurting me too.
Stop.
Ow, man!
Stop.
Ow!
Stop pulling away from me.
You're yanking my hand like
Then
that.
stop pulling.
Ow, my hand! You piece of ow! Dude, ow! What the f are you doing?
Stop. Isn't double locking? She keep moving her hand, so it's tightening up on her.
Hey,
I'm
stop.
gonna sue you guys for doing
Stop.
this. I'm gonna sue you guys.
Stop moving.
You guys think I'm gonna sue you guys for that? Ow!
Stop.
Quit hurting me, dude!
You're the one that's moving.
Wrist, you
He wasn't able to double lock us.
what? I'm gonna sue you for this.
Calm down so they can loosen the cuff. Calm down.
I never did anything though.
Calm down so they
I
can
didn't
loosen.
do nothing. They're hurting my wrist. Look at my wrist, how red they are right now. They're
They're
hurt.
gonna loosen your handcuff.
Ow! What's wrong with
Can you
you
just
guys?
grab a hold of that handcuff?
I'm not holding you.
Relax.
What the f are you guys
Because you know
doing,
every
man?
time she move her hand, it just keeps.
Watch, I'm gonna sue you too. Watch, I'm gonna get all you guys fired too. Watch.
After a struggle, the woman gets the cuff she earned, but she continues to resist.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Stop moving.
Hold on.
Wow, you're squeeze up tighter.
Oh, she's trying to loosen it. Relax a minute.
Dude. Man, our hands are hurting. It's so squealing. Don't
Hey,
my watch either, man.
let it go.
Watch for me.
Okay.
Give me my watch.
Let it go.
Oh, grab my
Okay.
watch then.
Let it go. All right. Here. You're not in charge. Put it on the ground. Let it go.
What are you doing? Give me my watch. What the f is wrong with you? Ow! 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 What the f is wrong? I'm gonna sue you.
Stop. Well, because it's on the it's in the cuff, man.
He's hurting my wrist. He keeps doing it on purpose, dude. I promise you that watch him, man. Get him like though, you're not taking my bracelet. You're stealing my.
Relax a minute.
You're stealing my bracelet on my wrist, you guys.
Stop.
You'll get it back.
Ow! Ow! Give me my stuff, man. Leave me alone.
The woman resists, accusing the officers of hurting her, but they stay calm.
You know, every time.
I didn't even do anything. You guys searched my stuff. I don't have anything that you guys did. You went and put this to me for no reason. I'm gonna call the news on you. I'm suing you guys. I'll make sure I'm gonna sue you guys for this.
Okay.
I don't have anything of your guys on me. Search
Perfect.
me. Search me. What do you guys do? You guys found nothing on me. I hope you guys don't get your guys get sued much.
Ben, you going into the bathroom? Okay.
Calm down now.
Right over here. Okay. You see, every time you keep not wanting to listen. Okay. I'm gonna ask you, then I'm gonna tell you, and then I'm gonna make you. So you're gonna move over here. All right. Do you understand? Yes or no? Do you understand? Okay. I need you to move over here.
But what did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? I want you to tell me that. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? Have you smashed my face in the ground? Yeah, all the cameras are seeing this too. You're gonna get in trouble. Watch.
Cool.
You are. Because I didn't do nothing. I don't have anything of yours on me.
Where's your ID?
Search it.
Do you have an ID?
No,
Anytime you get ready, we can watch a couple animated horror stories. Whenever y'all get ready, we can watch some of those. So whenever y'all get ready, push 1. And I'll switch it up.
What's your last name?
I ain't tell you that I do nothing.
Okay. All right. Here's the situation, ma'am.
Yeah, there's no situation because I don't have anything of your guys's.
All right. Perfect.
As the woman finally calms down, the officers stay firm, continuing their questioning.
When you refuse to identify yourself, that's obstruction. You understand that, right? And you grab my hand, that's also battery. You understand that, right?
You sit here, you grab my wrist, and you hurt me. I have it on camera. It's all on camera.
All right.
And all these people
turn
see
back
this
around.
too. All these
Get back
people
over
see
here.
this too. And I'm gonna call
Yeah.
my mom. I'm gonna call my mom.
Just stay right there. That's all you gotta do.
I'm gonna call the cops.
Hey, keep
No,
your
I'm
hands
gonna
up.
call the police. I have the right to call the
Keep
police.
your hands out your pocket. Keep your hands out your pocket.
I have my phone. Leave my phone alone. What the f- wrong with you?
Stop.
What are you doing? You do nothing wrong.
What is wrong with you? I'm gonna push. I'll be right. I'm going to find us an animated horror story. This one looks good.
Talk nicely. The house has been there for as long as I can remember, standing tall against the test of time. Sure, it looked beaten up, ancient even, so much so that my friends and I have been fascinated by it. We even spent entire days hanging around inside smoking or drinking beer. The paint had been peeling off at an accelerated pace in the last few years, and when it all came down, I noticed there were scratch marks all over the interior walls. There were also faces scratched.
Good night, April. Love you. And Classic and I enjoy the paranormal stuff. So since Classic showed up, I figured we'd give a shout out to Classic by playing some ghost stories.
Scratched on those walls. Some were happy, some were sad, some were angry, and some were evil. Their wretched eyes staring deep into mine made me shiver with unease. The faces were chaotically contorted with either disgust, fear, or anguish that spread throughout the room, filling it with dread. It was a feeling of not belonging, of something out of this world, a plague that came here to haunt the living and twist their minds into dark despair. I stood still, in silence. The first time I saw them, just watching and observing. All kinds of scenarios went through my head. Why were they there? Who painted them? And for what reason? Was it all just a joke, meant to play with the minds of those who laid eyes upon this grotesque imagery of hellish creatures? This house always had a bad reputation. The townsfolk warned the kids in town to stay away from it during the night because weird things happened there. But, of course, I had my reservations about that. Most of the time, it's just make-believe with these types of scary stories. The adults like to play games and blow things out of proportion to conceive a silly story. One of these stories is about the name of the house. or rather the name of the street it's located on, Candy Cane Road. The houses in that neighborhood are all new and inhabited by people with good reputations, respected, and well known in our town. The old townsfolk say that a very long time ago, a few kids in town went trick-or-treating on a Halloween night. Of course, everyone told them not to go to that house after dark. Yet, they did go. They disobeyed what their parents told them. No one ever found the kids. The only thing the search and rescue parties found was a candy cane smashed all over the street and lots of blood that adorned the candy. They looked at the house that stood like a menace in the dark, just watching them, observing them, and studying their every move. The wind shrieked in the hollow darkness, and some people said they could hear the children's cries tearing through the fabric of the night. The candy cane has always been associated with Christmas time, and so many people never understood why this particular type of candy had been found on a Halloween night. I can't imagine what it must have been for their parents, heartbroken, not knowing what happened to their children, and how they died that way, empty and alone, and without being able to say goodbye. They only buried cold and empty coffins. Maybe those drawings were made by the children before they vanished, or perhaps they were made by whatever or whoever killed them. Maybe it was a ritual murder, a sacrifice to old, demented, ravenous gods. I jumped when I felt a hand squeezing my shoulder. Whoa, easy there, buddy. What's gotten into you? Tommy asked. He has been my best friend since we were little kids. He was the brother that I never had. Nothing, man. Sorry. It's just these drawings. They are hypnotic. Scary little monster faces. Repulsive, don't you think? I asked him, beads of sweat coming down my temples. What? What are you talking about? The drawings on the wall, I said, turning to face the now blank wall. They were here just a second ago. The scratches and the monsters, Tommy. Dude, get off your trip. Did you smoke something before we got here? He said, inhaling air and coughing after. No, man, I said. My fingers began shaking and my knuckles hurt. It was as if small vices were placed on each knuckle and an invisible force squeezed tighter. I wondered if they would explode and imagined blood and bone jumping all over my face and on the walls. John, snap out of it. Let's drink a beer. Ah, shit. I forgot my cigarettes at home. Can you spare one, please? Tommy asked, wiping saliva from the right corner of his mouth. Stop lying, Tom. You rarely have cigarettes. You always ask either me, Kevin, or Joey over there, but they're too ashamed to say anything. So I think it's time to start buying your own, dude. Here, this is the last one, I said, reaching in my jacket side pocket for the pack. I pulled two out, one for him and one for me. He placed it in his mouth. Well, if you're giving me shit to eat, at least give me a goddamn spoon to eat it with, he said, raising his hands in the air. I let out a sigh and lit a cig. F you, Tommy. We both laughed it off and went to Kevin and Joey. They were already smoking, laughing, and belching from the cheap beer they had already downed. Guys, our boy Johnny over here said he saw monsters on the walls, my best friend said. He burst out in laughter. Joey laughed too. Kevin didn't. Well, I saw them too, Kev said, flicking his cigarette. What's there to laugh about? I didn't, said Joey, letting out the loudest burp I had ever heard. It was demonic. Well, the wall's empty. No paint, no drawings, nothing, Tommy said, puffing his freshly lit cigarette. I said, still thinking about the monstrous, contorted, and twisted devilish faces. The sunset was near, a fiery orange hue with a dash of bright pink and wavy yellow light colored the sky above. They intertwined, delivering an otherworldly spectacle. It was such a formidable sight. Top that with the light summer breeze and the rustling of leaves, and there it was, a perfect picture painted by Mother Nature herself. That was on the outside. Lively and beautiful, a view that made up for 1,000 words. Yet, inside the house, the silence was all too pressing. It was morbid even, and it felt like we were on the precipice of seeing things we were not supposed to see. It felt like being in a tomb.
All right, let's head out. It's going to be night soon. We are not supposed to stay here after nightfall,
said Kevin. We were heading out to the main entrance when it started happening. The scratches and the faces appeared again. It looked like spirits were just drawing them.
Holy f***ing shit,
Joey said, frozen in place like a statue.
What the f***?
The drawing got faster and louder. The scratching noises were unbearable, and we all covered our ears.
What the hell is going on?
I screamed, and before we all knew it, it got dark outside. Pitch black, a blanket of darkness sprinkled with tiny, shiny white dots.
Hey, 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 hey!
A choir of otherworldly voices called for us. We all turned and saw 4 children, just about our age. Three boys and 1 girl. Their clothes were tattered and torn, and they looked to be in the worst shape of their lives. Each of them was standing in front of each of us. Then they all placed 1 finger against.
Don't move. It won't be long now,
one of them said. His neck was swollen and bruised. Another boy had his neck cut open from side to side, yet he was still alive. The girl was white as a sheet, and her eyes were gray and sad. When she spoke, I could hear her choking faintly, like she had water in her throat. The last boy had blood coming out from his temple, and it became thick as it stopped running. Then I remembered what the townsfolk said. I remembered why it was called Candy Cane Road. I remembered everything. The story, the missing children. It was true after all. Everything was true. I was all choking up.
I would have been the hell out of that house the minute I started seeing faces in the fucking wall. Dude, no thank you.
Trying so hard not to shed tears. The kids came even closer to us.
Here, this will hide you from him,
the girl said. Then she gently touched the bleeding temple of the other boy. She rubbed the blood against each of our foreheads, and I felt the heavy liquid sticking to the center. I looked at her, and she saw me.
It's okay, don't cry. It's okay. He can't even smell you if you wear this. He doesn't like dead flesh and blood. He likes it young and fresh, that evil bastard.
I was too terrified to talk. I tried, I really did, but I was choking up so bad before I could even say a single word. The boy with the slit throat came forward.
Please, I'm begging you, do not look at him. Just close your eyes when you hear the scream, okay?
He said, whispering as if he had no vocal cords left.
There is something that we need to ask you if you can help us. We need to rest. We've been here for so long, and we need to go home.
He pointed up to the sky.
You need to get someone to burn the house down. A priest or someone holy. He needs to soak it in gasoline and strike the match and burn it to the ground,
said the boy with the bruised neck, coughing heavily at the end. The boy with the bloody temple patted him on the back.
It's okay, it's okay.
Then he turned back to us.
The owner of the house is the one who's coming here right now. He sensed something was moving inside, and he's coming back in a few moments. He was so evil in his lifetime, and continued to be the same even in death. You'll be okay, I promise, but you need to help us, please. We need to be buried so we can rest. I'm at the bottom of the lake behind the woods,
the girl with gray eyes said as she coughed up mud.
I'm under the big oak tree in the woods.
The boy with the swollen, bruised neck said faintly.
The rope is there too. I'm under the big concrete block east of the house. He made me hold the knife after I died," the boy with the slit throat said, covering the wound. "And I'm under the house. Please get me out, please. He put the knife in my pocket," he said, touching his temple. "It's cold and lonely there." The wave of revelations hit me so hard, and I didn't know what having a heart attack felt like, but I thought I was about to have one. Then a ruthless scream filled the night. It was haunting, devilish, and evil. Steps came towards us from the woods frantically. "No matter what you hear, do not open your eyes and do not move," they all said together. We closed our eyes and waited. The steps became louder and the man got closer. I heard him bursting in through the back door, and he just laughed. "There you are!" he screamed like a madman. My heart stopped. I thought this was the end. If he had seen us, then it was too late to run. Then I heard the sound of someone or something cutting flesh. Then the sound of someone choking. The girl screamed. Then a big splash followed. Then I heard screams again. She came back to the surface. Then I heard a whoosh through the air and the violent sound of metal against bone. The bone cracked, and I could feel bile rising in the back of my throat. In the end, another choking sound. The cries for help and pleadings for the man to stop were in vain. And then a popping sound like a can had been opened. "Got you, you bastards!" the man shouted. Then silence again. We stood there a few more minutes, then opened our eyes. Nothing. It was like nothing had happened. Then we turned around. The scratching and monster faces on the walls had vanished too. I think the monsters represented the way they had seen the man. I was glad that we didn't get to see him. But those sounds will forever be tattooed in the back of my mind. I still wake up screaming in the middle of the night. I think the children chose to sacrifice themselves again and again whenever someone was in the house at night. It was the greatest act of bravery I had ever witnessed in my life. The following day, the search parties found their remains, and the kids got a proper burial. They had found them all, and they were all exactly as they said they would be. After the funeral finished, Father Barnes went to the house and soaked it in gasoline. Then he started praying for a few minutes. Finally, he set it ablaze. The fire was howling as if someone's dirty and rotten soul was burning, and its last embers were carried away by the wind. Now, there was nothing but a pile of ash left. The last house on Candy Cane Road was gone. I have lived in this town for the majority of my life. My family moved here when I was only...
I have a feeling I'm not gonna like this one. This one's probably gonna have fucking clowns in it.
5 years old. Mom and Dad came here in search of a better life. Mom worked as an accountant. Pops worked for a big company that wanted to make the city livelier, and so they decided to build a shopping mall and a few other attractions. One of those other attractions was Frankie Fiend's Funhouse. It was a haunted house type of attraction, meant to give kids the scare of their lives. It had ugly demons that jumped on you out of nowhere. It had skeletons falling from the ceiling. It had witches laughing and grabbing your foot while you passed by. It had furry werewolves who ate fake plastic meat. My favorite was the Hell Ride Carousel. It was a mini carousel meant to take you to the depths of hell where all horrors were unleashed upon your body and mind. It was fun, and a friend of mine pissed his pants there one time. But there was another thing. The secret bloody room. That's what they called it. It was supposedly something that very few people had known. It was more like a game inside. You had to play and win big prizes, big money prizes. Although I knew the funhouse inside and out, I didn't find out about the secret bloody room until I was 15. The thing is that it had pissed me off a little. Not knowing about it, I mean. I had beaten every game in that house, And not for a second did I know about the secret bloody room. My friends and I really loved going there. It was entertaining. One night, when we were about to enter the house, we were greeted by a rather peculiar individual.
Hey there, kiddos!
The man exclaimed, bowing to us as if we were kings.
My name is Frankie. Frankie Fiend at your disposal. And this is my house. I have seen you quite a lot here. You must really like it, huh?
I stared at him. He wore a white mask, the kind you see in those horror movies with strange cults. He also wore white gloves and a black suit, and none of his skin showed.
Yeah, I guess. We like hanging around here,
I said, still inspecting his odd outfit. He then pulled a stack of money from his pocket.
Well, I'm happy to hear that. A little birdie told me you would like to go and see a certain room. Is that so?
Kneeling in front of us, to be at approximately the same height as us.
Is that so? Yeah. Oh man, can you take us inside?
My friend Donnie asked, his eyes all big and filled with excitement.
Yeah, of course I can. It's my house after all.
Frankie Fiend said, clapping his hands and laughing.
Look here, I will give you each $100 as a prize for being so brave. Come on, let us waste no more time.
We went inside and took an elevator to the basement from his bland office. Upon descending, I realized that we trusted a stranger to lead us to an unknown place. How the hell did we know that this was the real Frankie or not? We hadn't even seen him once in real life, let alone without a mask. The elevator finally finished its descent. We were now facing a bright red door. Frankie took an ancient key out of his pocket and inserted it in the golden knob. I heard it unlock, and we all looked in awe, our hearts bursting out of our chests as the suspense was killing us.
Okay, are you ready, boys?
Frankie Fiend asked.
Yes, we are,
we replied in a choir. He turned the...
Because that's not creepy at all. Some random dude wanting to show you his secret room. Because that doesn't scream predator or anything. Totally normal conversation you're having there, kids.
Knob to the left and pushed the door open. But what was inside that room left us speechless and unable to cope with the view. There were countless cages and glass jars and old books inside. In those cages, there were creatures that neither of us had ever seen before. I don't think they were even known to man as legends, because I had never read anything about them. And I used to read a lot back then. I saw what resembled a Wendigo in one of the cages, except it could speak. He asked Frankie to let it go, but Frankie just shook his head. On one side, there was a small glass pool, and a creature with 3 tails and 3 heads swam around, constantly hitting the glass. It was all covered with scales and spat a green liquid that seemed very acidic. In those jars, Frankie had different small fossils and bones and skulls. There was a colossal bat skeleton. I thought it was prehistoric or something like that, except it had horns and fangs. Frankie took his mask off. Underneath, he wasn't a human being. We were frightened at this point for our lives and sanity. He had green skin and scales. His tongue was split at the top, just like that of a snake. His eyes were...
Yeah, I would have been gone, and you guys would have been on your own. Like, I would have made a hole in the wall.
Yellow, and he blinked vertically.
Don't be scared of me. I didn't choose to be like this, kids. What I did choose was to fight and kill these things that threaten the balance of the world. They squirm about under the earth and wait silently in the woods and mountains to attack. They want to destroy this world, take hold of it, and make it their own. I was like you once, you know? A human, he said, sighing. What happened? I finally mustered the courage to ask him. One of these things bit me deep down in the jungle. We were on a mission, and all my colleagues were murdered violently and eaten right in front of me. They wanted to make an example out of me and sent me home with this curse in my veins, he replied, squeezing his hands harder and harder with anger. What things? Donnie asked. The lizard people of the jungle. They live in the darkness, waiting for us to cross their path. They made me eat something. I don't know what. I turned into this overnight. I have been trying to find them ever since.
The lizard people made him eat their poo.
With no success, Frankie said, his voice cracking. I had a wife and 2 beautiful kids. You remind me of them. That's why I invited you here, he said. You were the first humans I let in here. But why? I asked. I am getting old, and I need to pass the torch. In 10 years or so, I will be nothing but bones and dust. Here, drink. See the world clearer, he said, taking a vial of green liquid out of his interior pocket. We all drank the liquid and started hearing faraway voices, our senses all sharpened. I took a few steps back and got too close to the Wendigo-like creature's cage. It managed to scratch me, but in the blink of an eye, I turned and ripped its arm off. Blood gushed out and soaked me in red. I felt like I had been transformed, mutated into something new. Frankie smiled. It's been 20 years since Frankie died, and the 5 of us are still together trying to keep things at bay. We call ourselves Frankie's 5 in his memory, to remember him. My favorite of his words is, "Death to all that's wicked." A weird family bought the house across the street from me. Something's very wrong with them. The empty house, that's what we called it. With each passing day, the house decayed more. It looked like everyone rejected it, not wanting to move in. It was dying of loneliness and didn't have a loving family to take care of it. But that changed a few weeks ago. The cleaning and renovating crews came in first. Then, the interior design team. The furniture looked expensive and old, ancient even. It was the kind I had seen in old black and white horror movies, the one the mysterious old man had in his solitary castle. As the days passed, the house came back to life, little by little. As if waking up from a deep slumber, it was blooming back to its original beauty. I watched the process of revival almost every day, fascinated by how the house was changing. It was something that I had never seen before. I found it fascinating how a group of people with different jobs could make an old house beautiful again. Yet, I never saw the family who moved there. So I thought that when you pay for expensive goods and services like these, at least one family member must go and see if everything is all right and going as planned. But no one ever came. My dad was on the porch. He read the newspaper and drank his coffee. Hey, Dad, do you know who's moving in? I asked him, peering out at him from inside the house. No idea, son. Suppose it's a rich family. Heard they paid a fortune for all the work done to that house. Guess it's not that empty now, is it? He said, chuckling. Yeah, I guess so. But you haven't seen them around, have you? I saw a bald guy. He wore a black suit and carried a briefcase. Maybe he was someone from the family? He was an odd-looking duck, let me tell you. No facial hair either. He looked like one of the people you see in videos about conspiracy theories, Dad said, raising an eyebrow. He sipped on some coffee and returned to reading the paper. Something's off about this whole thing, Dad. I can feel it. Don't know what, but it feels creepy. Dad shrugged and returned to reading the paper. I went back inside the house. I didn't know why, but a cold shiver came creeping up my spine. I shrugged it off and got to reading the last issue of my favorite comic book. I got lost in reading for many hours. Then, finally, I lifted my head and saw that it had gotten dark outside. Mom called me downstairs to dinner. Before I went, I looked out the window and, for the first time, I saw the lights turned on in the empty house. Then a silhouette passed by running in front of the window. It was that of a small boy. Told my dad the neighbors had arrived. Do you think we should go and say hello? I asked my parents and motioned to the house across the street. There was no car and, most of all, no sign of how they had arrived or when. I mean, I still have some apple pie in the fridge. I could put some in a plastic container, and we can go if you want, honey, Mom said, draining the pasta in the sink. We had bolognese that night, one of my favorite dishes, and Mom was the best cook I had ever seen in my life. The aroma still lingered in the kitchen and slowly spread throughout the house. I was already at the door, waiting to go and say hello to our new neighbors. We arrived on their front porch, and I rang the doorbell. A thin, tall lady opened the door. She wore a white apron.
Anyone else gonna say anything about the weird lady drenched in blood? Like, I feel like if you open the door and you're covered in blood, that's probably not a good sign.
Stained with red droplets. I thought she probably had an unfortunate kitchen accident while cooking. This had happened to my mom, too. Things like squeezing too hard on the ketchup bottle and spreading it everywhere, or staying too close to the sauces while stirring.
Hi there. We are the Buchanans. We live right across the street from you. We just wanted to bring you some pie and welcome you to the neighborhood,
my mom said, honestly excited to meet the new neighbors. The woman glanced back. She looked uneased, not scared, only startled. She began biting on her nails. There was a faint clicking noise somewhere in the house. I didn't know if they were eating or if it was something else.
Hello, we're the Millers. Sorry, but now is not the right time for a visit. We had just arrived, and we are so tired. We are heading to bed, you see. It's been a long day for us. We traveled a great distance to come here,
she said, constantly looking back and forth. A sharp, metallic odor started coming out of the house. It was intoxicating, nauseating, and I felt sick to my stomach. It smelled like rotten stew or something like that. I looked at both my parents' faces, and their eyes said it all. They felt it too, but tried to act cool about it.
Oh, we're sorry.
Nope. Crazy lady's in there eating people. I'm just going to call it now. This crazy Karen lady is in there eating people.
We're going to leave now. We don't want to intrude. Here, take this and come by our house when you're feeling better,
my mom said apologetically, handing the lady the apple pie.
Who is it, Mom?
A kid asked, coughing. I heard footsteps running and approaching the door. A pale boy with hair as black as the night appeared from behind the woman. He looked at me as if I was the strangest thing he had ever seen. His big black eyes studied my every movement from head to toe. A sense of unease came creeping down my spine, and I shivered when looking at him. His fingers were all dirty, and he had what I thought to be dirt under his fingernails. Why would he have had such dirty hands if the whole family was going to sleep?
Richard, honey, why aren't you in bed, sweetie?
She asked the pale boy, patting him on the head. He never broke his gaze on me. He just watched me with empty eyes. As empty as the house was before they arrived. Then, out of nowhere, he lunged and grabbed my arm, squeezing tighter and pushing his nails in my skin until it parted. It hurt like hell, and blood came out, even though it was only in tiny droplets. "Do you want to be my friend?" he asked me, tilting his head. I backed away and felt sick to...
How about no, you little creep? I'm gonna put X for no.
God. Sensation came over me. It was as if my blood suddenly boiled inside my veins, and my heart raced inside my chest.
"Hey, lady, what's gotten into him? We just came here to say hello, and your kid attacks my boy."
My dad stepped in angrily. "Richard is feeling sick. He hasn't been eating well these past few days. I apologize. Richard, honey, can you say you're sorry, please? For Mama, sweetie?" The strange woman asked her son. The pale boy just ran away, not saying anything.
"We'd better leave. Come on, let's go,"
my dad said.
"It's okay, Pops. I'm all right,"
I told him, trying to calm him down a bit. I could feel a massive tension in the air, and even though I was not feeling well, I had to try and calm everyone down. After we got home, my mom got my small wounds all cleaned up.
"Serves us right for trying to be welcoming in this neighborhood, Sue. Those people give me the creeps. I wonder if there's a man in the house, or if it's just the two of them."
My father trailed off. "I think I'm gonna go to bed. Ain't feeling really well. That kid was off, wasn't he? Rather peculiar," I said faintly to my parents. "Sorry about that, Nick. Didn't expect them to be that off," my mom said, gesturing with her hands. I went upstairs to my room with a big, fat headache. I felt my body temperature was going down like I was freezing, or maybe hypothermia was kicking in. It took me a long while to fall asleep. Cold shivers alternated with hot, feverish episodes, and I twisted and turned on all sides of the bed until I fell asleep. I had nightmares, but I don't remember what I had dreamt. All I knew was it was a dark dream. I felt the temperature in the room drop a few degrees, and it got colder as the seconds passed by, and I was half asleep. I had gotten thirsty all of a sudden. I fully woke up, only to realize I was not in my room anymore, but in some kind of attic. And from then on, my life changed forever. The room was dark, and all I heard were some squishing noises and heavy breathing, and snarling.
"You didn't answer my question,"
the voice said from the dark. I felt a myriad of negative emotions in my heart. Then I caught a glimpse of a small, hunched figure. It was drinking some thick liquid from a jar, drinking and gulping like it was the thirstiest beast alive. Its eyes gleamed in the dark, and the brittle beast fixated on me. It snarled again and threw the jar on the floor. Then it came out of the darkness and into the shining moonlight and made its way shyly through the attic window. The horror that stood beside me looked at me as if I was merely prey. The beast resembled the kid, but he had changed. He had morphed into something primal, into his true self. The thick crimson liquid covered his razor-sharp teeth and his lips too. He shrieked as he jumped on me. The brittle beast had superhuman strength, and it pinned me down to the ground in an instant.
"I brought you here so we can be friends. But, you see, I can only go out at night,"
the beast said, his voice sharp. It made a terrible ringing in my head.
"And you will only go out at night, too."
He sunk his teeth into my throat, and I felt the blood leaving my body. Life left my body, too. I wasn't human anymore. The beast had changed me. "Please, stop," I told him, and felt tears streaming down my face.
"You are too weak, and you are not worthy of this precious gift I'm giving you,"
the monster hissed. Then It took me by my neck and threw me out the window with one hand. Splinters and shards of glass accompanied me on my trip to the soil outside. I could feel myself changing, and I felt new teeth coming out, replacing the old. I could see more colors floating in the night. My senses sharpened, and I could hear 1,000 heartbeats coming from 1,000,000 miles away.
I mean, with ears like that, I bet you could hear footsteps on Mars. Goddamn, you could fly to Canada on them bitches.
I started with small animals, but their blood could satiate my hunger only for so long. I had to survive. I had to live. I had to feed. I needed fresh blood. My parents must have been heartbroken. I visited them a couple of times during the night and watched them sleep. I left them a note saying I'm sorry I went away. I didn't want them to know the monster I had become. I decided not to visit them any longer. I could barely contain myself and not feed on them while inside the house. God only knows where this life might lead me, if you can call this a life. Thanks for watching. Be sure to subscribe and smash that like button to get notified.
That was a good one.
My name is Brandon White, and I used to get food from the McDonald's restaurant close to my house every day. A couple of months Mary. She was middle-aged, had my order. She tried to get to know me, making small talk. I didn't mind at the time. She seemed nice, and there was nothing odd about our conversation. After giving me my sandwich, I left, not knowing that visiting McDonald's that day would lead to my biggest mistake ever. The next few days after meeting her weren't that different from the first. But as more days went by, I began to notice something strange about Mary. For starters, Mary was always to make things worse, the conversation she tried to have with me only became how I looked so sexy and tasty, and sometimes asked me questions that no employee should have been interested in. Everything about Mary's behavior was odd. She looked almost 10 years older than me and didn't strike me as that sort of person in any way. Eventually, I began visiting another McDonald's far away from my house, deciding against reporting Mary and getting her fired. A couple of weeks went by, and one day I walked into the new McDonald's and saw Mary working at the counter. But instead, Mary acted as if she'd never left the old McDonald's and didn't address the situation at all. She resumed her usual attempts at small talk and disturbing remarks, but I simply ignored everything she said, got my order, and left. I decided not to go to McDonald's for a while, and only had it when a few friends placed orders at their apartments. I didn't know if Mary still worked there, but I wasn't eager to find out. One afternoon, while walking home after getting groceries, someone suddenly bumped into me out of nowhere, and most of my groceries fell. I bent over to pick them up, and the woman who had bumped into me began apologizing as she joined me to pick up the groceries. When I looked up to thank her, I was shocked to see Mary standing in front of me. I remained in silence as my mind raced. Was this woman stalking me, or was this just a coincidence? After standing there in silence, Mary finally said, "Well, young man, I'm in a hurry, so sorry about that," and left. acting like she didn't know who I was. I brushed it off again as a coincidence and walked home. As I got home, I realized my house keys weren't on me, but I was in a hurry and figured I had probably left without them. So I quickly got my spare key from under the mat, dropped my groceries inside, and left to meet up with my colleagues. My coworkers and I spent a couple of hours getting drunk and playing games on our day off. I left and headed home. But as I opened my door, something about it felt different. That feeling you get when someone else has been in your home was everywhere. But I was wasted, and all I wanted to do was take a shower. So I quickly looked around and headed to the bathroom. Later that night, I was alone in my living room watching HBO when my phone rang. I was curious about who could be calling me so late at night, so I answered with a simple, "Hello?" There wasn't a voice on the other end, but I could hear someone breathing heavily for about a minute before finally hearing a whispery voice say, "Come upstairs." I ended the call immediately, assuming it was some kids playing a prank, but something about it felt off, and despite my efforts, I couldn't stop thinking about it, and how I felt someone was in my home earlier that day. About 3 minutes later, my phone rang again, and it was the same number. I simply ignored it and tried to focus on something else. That's when I heard a noise coming from upstairs. I quickly switched off the TV and decided to listen more closely to make sure I wasn't hearing things. Sure enough, I heard a loud noise from upstairs, followed by another, and soon enough, I could tell they were footsteps, and someone was actually in my home. I quickly grabbed my phone and called the police before heading to the kitchen and grabbing a knife. The house was silent for the next few minutes, so I began to walk up the stairs slowly to make sure there was actually an intruder. As I checked each room one after the other, I began to calm down and question if I heard anything at all. Eventually, there was only one room left to check, and as I opened the door to the guest room, I was filled with a feeling of relief as all I could see was an empty room. And the sense of relief I had just gotten was quickly overcome with fear. As out of the corner of my eye, I could see a figure standing behind the door. Before I could say anything, the person jumped on me, knocking the knife out of my hand and settling on top of me, pinning both my arms under her. In that moment, all I could feel was terror as Mary looked me dead in the eyes before proceeding to grab the knife I had dropped. Mary slowly brought her head closer to me and began to sniff me, like she was taking in deep breaths. My skin began to crawl, and I began to struggle to get free, but there was no use, as Mary was a lot heavier than I was. She eventually stopped sniffing me and proceeded to say, "Oh, I missed you so much, baby. But you've been avoiding me lately. You looked so tasty today. I had to see you. And well, now I have to take a little bite." She smiled and continued, "Now, it'll hurt a little, but I'm sure you don't mind, darling." Mary quickly brought down the knife on my hand, taking my pinky finger clean off. The pain shot through my body, and I couldn't help but let out a piercing scream. Blood began to spill everywhere, and Mary couldn't hold back her laugh as she threw my finger in her mouth and chewed it down until nothing remained. That's when Mary said, "No, baby, don't do that. I was just about to have one of your tastier parts." She then proceeded to hold my eyelids open as she lowered the knife slowly towards my eye. Before I could begin to plead with her, police sirens filled the air, and I was immediately filled with relief. Mary quickly got off me and pointed the knife at me, saying, "No. How did they find out, baby? You didn't call them, did you?" One look at the woman in front of me, and I could tell she was absolutely crazy. She began pacing the room and was visibly worried, so I decided it was better to play into her game than act out, as I already knew how far she was willing to go. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know it was you waiting for me, so I called them. Just let me go down there and send them away, and I'll be right back." Mary looked at me with what seemed to be relief, and I could tell she truly believed what I had just said. She replied, "All right, honey, be quick now," and lowered the knife, letting me leave. I bolted downstairs with one thing in mind: get as far away from Mary as I could. As I stepped out of the house, I was met by a group of officers. They asked if anyone else was in the house before storming in and exiting with Mary in the next few minutes. Mary was taken away in tears as she screamed at me for betraying her and not keeping my word, confirming to the police that she was completely crazy. In the last few days, I've been informed by the authorities that Mary is wanted in several states for multiple counts of rape, assault, and suspicion of cannibalism. I was lucky enough to be the only one of her victims to survive her ordeal. That encounter still keeps me up at night, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about the first time I met Mary in McDonald's. I hope my story has helped you all realize that we really know nothing about the people who serve us and our families at McDonald's. In my case, I met a crazy serial killer who posed as a happy-go-lucky woman, but in your case, it just might be the devil who hands you your Happy Meal with a smile on their face. Hello, everyone.
I don't think I want to eat McDonald's anymore. Like, go to McDonald's and get a stalker. I don't think I'm not loving it.
We are thrilled that you have been enjoying our videos. Your support means the world to us. If you've liked what you've seen, please consider liking and subscribing to our channel. We would love to hear which one of our videos is your favorite. We're on a mission to reach 100,000 members in the SSG family, and with your help, we can achieve that goal. Thank you for being a part of our journey. Christmas is usually one of the best holidays of the year. The kids are always happy. There's food, parties, and presents. It's really that time of year when we can leave all our problems behind and concentrate on being happy, even if it's just for a day or two. The story I'm about to tell you was just before Christmas, in those days when we were getting ready for the holidays and it was all happy times. What neither I nor my children expected was that those moments of happiness would be interrupted because we had an appointment with the unknown. Something we didn't understand at the time and still don't today was stalking us. And you know what? It still is. If you don't know what you're up against, how can you defeat it? It all started on a snowy day. During those days, we decided to take a mini vacation and went to my parents' country house. My wife was hesitant to go since we had a lot of work to do when we got back. But the kids were on vacation from school and insisted all year to go, so we indulged them. It was only a few days before Christmas. We had already put up the Christmas tree and decorated our house in town. But the cabin still lacked some Christmas spirit. We brought some decorations to beautify the cabin a bit, but to my surprise, my parents had left us something. A human-sized Santa Claus. It looked like an animatronic, but it was very strange. It was too thin. Normally, Santa Clauses are similar to the real Santa, fat with a huge smile.
I would have divorced my parents for that. If they had left that monstrosity in my house, I would have ceased to have had parents. They would have been dead to me had they left me that. Like, what the hell? I knew I wasn't going to like these because I knew at some point they'd have a doll or a clown. But no, they had a giant, terrifying doll. Not just any doll. Ugh.
But there was something weird about this one. His look was
You think? No, nothing weird about it at all.
He looked like some Santa Claus out of some child's nightmares. I was about to put it away, but my kids saw it at the same time I did, and for some reason, they liked it. Kids really do have the weirdest tastes. Other than that, the day continued as normal. We spent the evening watching movies and eating something as a family. The kids seemed very entertained, and my wife and I were very happy about it. Nothing prepared us for what would happen the next day. After spending the night sleeping comfortably, a scream.
No, Harry, we do not love dolls or doll videos. No, we don't.
It woke my wife and me at the same time. It was the scream of one of our children. As soon as we woke up, we both looked out the window where the scream was coming from. My two children were outside, running through the snow, running away from someone. When I looked back a little further, I clearly saw their attacker. No, it couldn't be true. It was the Santa Claus animatronics I had put up yesterday. This didn't make any sense. As I watched him run in the direction of my children, I could see him walk very naturally. This was not an animatronic or anything like that. It moved like a human, but it was so thin. Who could fit into that costume? I told my wife to call the police as soon as possible while I went to get our children and protect them from their attacker. At that point, I didn't care about bundling up or getting a gun. I had to go as soon as possible. As soon as I got out, I did not go in the direction of my children, but towards my attacker, who for some reason was not running, but only walking in the direction of my children. I don't know what this being was or why it was attacking my children, but I knew I had to do something to stop it. With all my strength, I threw myself at him. I still thought that all this must have some explanation. Maybe it was a person disguised as a Santa. Yes, that must be it. That was the only logical explanation. A little confident from the lie I fed myself, I tried to take him down, but that's when despair and desolation took over my whole body. When I was just a few inches away from him, about to knock him down, I was overcome with a horrible feeling of fear and sadness that prevented me from moving forward. Defeated and crying, I fell to the ground, clutching my chest from the pain I felt. This was not the pain of a physical attack. It was not the pain of an illness. It was the pain one feels when one is very nervous or sad. To me, possibly in some way, he caused it, since he didn't flinch an inch from my attack, knowing what was going to happen. After a few seconds that felt like hours, I gathered all my strength to get up and follow him. The pain and sadness I felt at that moment was so great that even though it faded as soon as Santa left, it still haunted me. For me, I would have stayed on the ground surrounded by ice crying, but I couldn't afford the luxury. That being was after my children, and I wouldn't let them feel for a second what I felt at that moment, or worse. I got up and ran as fast as I could through the ice. My children and Santa were already far away in the forest, but the sound of their screams guided me on the right path. With every centimeter I ran, I could feel that horrible feeling taking over my body again. The pain in my chest was getting bigger and bigger. I couldn't be far away. The screams became closer than ever until, crying against a tree, I found my two children. Walked slowly in their direction. As soon as I saw this image, I turned to Santa Claus. You would think that nothing had changed from the last time I did it and ended up on the ice crying, but for me, everything had changed. This time, I was watching as the strange being was about to attack my children, and at that moment, I didn't care about anything but protecting them. I ignored the pain, the fear, the sadness, the cold. All I could see was this thing approaching my children. With a war cry, I lunged at it and knocked it to the ice. Blinded by rage, I didn't realize what was really going on. I was just hitting an empty Santa Claus doll. All the feeling of fear and desperation had vanished the moment I made contact with them. Now I was doing nothing more than hitting an inanimate object while my children cried beside me. When I realized this, I stepped aside and went to hug my children while Santa stood destroyed next to us. It was all over. Once we got back, I threw all the parts of that Santa Claus in the trash and put a new one once we got home. I'll be honest with you, the new Santa Claus didn't last more than 2 days. Maybe I was still a little paranoid, but I could swear that every once in a while, it felt like it wasn't in the same position I left it in. As if his head or limbs were moving when no one was watching. Also, I couldn't shake this feeling. This feeling of paranoia that when I was near him, I was constantly being watched. For their part, my children didn't talk about it, but I could see in their eyes that they were terrified. At first, my wife thought everything I told her was a joke, but over time, she began to believe us. Although part of her thinks it's a strange collective paranoia. I can't blame her, and I can't blame you if you don't believe me. Not even in my wildest nightmares could I think something like this could happen. But I guess, as a human, there are things we can never understand. And you know what? It's okay. I don't want to understand what happened that day. I just don't want it to happen again. I just want my family to be safe.
Working at Burger King was an average job for a guy like me. Often the nights were quiet, with only a handful of customers coming in for a quick dinner before closing. But on that particular night, the story I'm about to tell you was anything but ordinary. I was alone on the night shift, as usual, and the clock read 10 p.m. when it all started. The night was cold and dark, and the rain was pounding on the windows of the restaurant, creating a gloomy atmosphere. I had finished cleaning the tables and was about to close when I saw a lone man standing outside in the pouring rain. He wore a black jacket and a hat that hid half his face, but something about his posture sent a shiver down my spine. I still couldn't refuse entry to a customer, so I opened the door for him. The man walked in without saying a word, just staring at me with his cold, dark eyes. He ordered a hamburger and a soda, and I prepared his order. The atmosphere in the restaurant was strange, as if silence and tension had taken over the place. As I delivered his food, I tried to make friendly conversation, but the man didn't respond. He just kept staring at me. Something in his gaze made me uneasy, but I decided not to pay much attention to it. The man sat in a corner of the restaurant, alone, silent. I continued with my usual tasks, but I couldn't help but feel watched. A few minutes passed, and I noticed that the man didn't touch his food. He just sat there, looking at me. I felt uncomfortable, as if I were in a scene from a horror movie. Finally, I decided to approach him and ask if everything was okay. I walked up to his table and spoke to him. "Is everything all right, sir?" The man looked up, but instead of answering, he smiled in a disturbing way. It was a smile that didn't reach his eyes, and his teeth looked sharp as knives. At that moment, I knew something wasn't right, but I couldn't just let it go. The man finally spoke, and his voice was soft and creepy. "I like your restaurant. It's a good place to be alone." I didn't know what to answer, so I just nodded and walked away from his table. I walked back to the counter, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling that came over me. The night was slowly progressing, and the man was still sitting in his corner, not touching his food. I decided to call the manager and tell him what was going on, but the call was mysteriously cut off before I could say a word. I felt like I was trapped in a silent nightmare. I decided to take a break and headed for the bathroom. I needed a moment to regain my composure. While I was in the bathroom, I heard footsteps outside. As I came out, I saw the man walking around the restaurant, looking at everything as if he were inspecting every nook and cranny. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I couldn't stay hidden in the bathroom forever. When I returned to the counter, the man approached and finally broke his silence. "You have an interesting place here. I like it a lot." His words were unsettling, and his gaze kept boring a hole into me. I didn't know how to respond, so I simply said, "Thank you," trying to remain calm. The clock struck midnight, and the man still wouldn't touch his food. At that moment, I realized I couldn't let this continue. I asked him if he needed anything else, if he was satisfied with his dinner. "I need you to show me the kitchen." My heart began to pound. I was not allowed to show customers the kitchen, and something about the way he was asking made me even more uneasy. I politely explained that I couldn't do that it was against restaurant policy. But the man was unfazed. He simply got up from his chair and started walking towards the kitchen. I reacted as quickly as I could and started to press the panic button behind the counter, but I didn't know if it was working. The button didn't react and didn't make any sound. Who knows? Maybe it didn't work months ago. Maybe it never worked. Terrified, I made a really bad decision. Driven by pure fear combined with my survival instinct, I ran after him, trying to stop him. I begged him not to come in, but he wouldn't listen. When he reached the kitchen, he stopped and started looking around, as if he was looking for something. I felt trapped between my duty to protect the restaurant and the fear that was gripping me. The man walked over to one of the meat cleavers we had in the kitchen and picked it up. At that moment, I knew I had to do something. I grabbed a frying pan and prepared to defend myself, even though it was clear I was at a disadvantage.
Do you know what silence is, kid? Silence can be scary.
Right. The man advanced towards me, his blade held high. I prepared to defend myself with the frying pan, but it was useless. Laughing, he pulled the pan out of my hand as if I were a child playing with something dangerous. Like a cornered animal, I fell to the ground crying, accepting my fate, aware that I couldn't do anything to defend myself against this man. In retrospect, I could have tried to run. I could have thrown myself at him. Anything would have been better than just giving up like that. But you know, it really is impossible to act logically in that situation. All I could think of was that a few hours earlier I was at home, getting dressed for a boring workday, thinking about what to eat when I get home. Suddenly, it was all over. Now I was condemned to death by a man I did.
He would have never made it to the back. Right, Classic? He would have never made it to the back of my kitchen. He could have clocked him in the back of the head. Like, there's a million other ways he could have prevented that. And yeah, he wouldn't, no.
Didn't know. His motives were totally unknown. I was just simply going to be the victim of a sick man who was going to kill me for fun. As if knowing what I was thinking and how defeated I was across my neck, enjoying every second in which I couldn't defend myself. At that moment, I realized something even more terrible. The knife was just to scare me more, but he never intended to use it. I mean, he didn't need to. He just wanted to torture me, to make my death last as long as possible. I could see in his face, in his sick and twisted eyes, how he was going to enjoy what he was about to do to me. Slowly, the man put his hands on my neck. I could feel the veins in his hands getting more and more pronounced, while very slowly, his hands applied pressure to my neck. Little by little, I began to lose my breath. The force in his hands was getting stronger and stronger. What would happen first? Would I die of suffocation? Would my neck break? All I could think about was my family, my girlfriend, my pet. What were they doing right now? Could they have imagined that I was about to die? My vision started to get blurrier. I was fainting. But then, suddenly, the sound of police sirens became audible outside. The man stopped and listened. For a moment, the tension in the kitchen vanished. Police lights flashed outside, and we heard the officers enter the restaurant. The officers approached the man and detained him. Apparently, the emergency button worked and alerted my boss, who saw on the cameras everything that was going on. The man was arrested and taken out of the restaurant in handcuffs. He didn't say a word as he was led away, but
His cold stare and disturbing smile remained etched in my mind. After he was taken away, calm returned to the restaurant. My manager arrived soon after, concerned and relieved at the same time. I explained what had happened, and he thanked me for taking steps to protect the place. He assured me that the man would not cause trouble again, but I was no longer interested. I would never set foot in that Burger King again. Although the man was arrested, I never knew who he was or why he'd come to the restaurant that night. The experience left me with a lingering sense of unease and fear. The silence and the look of the psychopathic man stayed with me long after he was taken away. That night of terror at Burger King.
I have to stop this right here and call bullshit. Anyone else want to tell me why I am calling bullshit? It's something you just said that told me this story is bullshit. I'll give y'all a minute or two to guess why I'm calling bullshit on this story. It's something you said within the last 2 minutes that tells me everything you just said was a lie. One of you is bound to know. I'll let y'all try to guess and then I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay. So, according to him, he pushed the panic button. He didn't know if it worked or not. Blah, blah, blah. The police show up, take him into custody, and arrest him. And then he says, I never found out who he was. If this had actually happened, there would have been a police report. The police would have told him the identity of the man who attempted to Minecraft him, because he would have needed to press charges. That was attempted Minecraft and a hostage situation. And he would have needed that information to have pressed criminal charges. Or a restraining order. So the fact that he said he never found out who he was, that tells me the story is fictional, because there's no theory under which he wouldn't have gotten the identity of the man who attempted to Minecraft him from the police. And he would have had to have trespassed him. Yep. The police never would have left that undocumented. They could have been sued to high hell if they didn't release his information to him. They wouldn't have had a choice. The man tried to Minecraft him and held him hostage at knife point and physically assaulted him. Me too, Dark. That's why I know that. I watch way too many crime documentaries. And I have way too many police officers in my family and friend circle. Like, I have a shit ton of police officers as friends. So that would have never happened. Like, never in a million years. So that story is fictional.
Was an experience I'll never forget. I learned that sometimes evil can lurk in the most unexpected places, and that silence can be more terrifying than any scream. Since then, I never looked at a hamburger the same way again. And I always made sure the doors to my house were locked at night, because I couldn't help but feel that sooner or later, that man would come back to my house to finish what he started.
The date was June 15th, 2014. My team and I had decided to finally investigate the old asylum that stood alone and abandoned in Williamsburg, Virginia. This particular abandoned asylum had been the talk of the town for many years prior, with multiple stories and myths, the most famous being about students who snuck in and were found days later completely silent and void of themselves. According to the locals, the government followed up by launching an investigation, sending officials to uncover what...
That's one thing I will never do. Like, go in a abandoned asylum. No, thank you. And it's not for the reasons you think. It's not that I'm scared of the ghost, per se. There are a slew of reasons why you should not go into abandoned asylums. One of them is ghosts, sure, but that's not the main reason. For one, health hazards. Most of those asylums were built back in the time they used a lot of really harsh carcinogens. Like you... There's a material in a lot of they use to build these places that causes mesothelioma, asbestos, it's rampant in buildings like that. Asbestos is like just ungodly in those places. And not to mention all the rust, all the chemicals in the air, all the particles and things you can inhale that could Minecraft you. Then, like, take away all the hazardous, and plus the floors are no longer stable. The ceilings are no longer stable. You could fall through either one to your Minecraft. You could step on something and it go through your foot. You could fall and Minecraft yourself. You could have something fall on you and Minecraft you. Aside from all the health risk, put the health risk aside for a second. Like breathing in, falling, injuring yourself, whatnot. That's one category of concerns. The second category of concerns would be squatters, trespassers, violent criminals hiding, escapees hiding, psychopaths laying in wait for the perfect victim. That's another category for concern. Another reason would be these asylums housed in their day some extremely tormented souls. The practices they used back then were inhumane. They tortured people in these places. The amount of residual energy, residual bad, traumatic energy stored in those places, in those walls, in the very ground the asylum sits on, it's seeped in. The minute you, an empath, were to step foot on that property, you were soaking in all of that toxic energy. And you will never be clean again. You cannot soak in all of that energy and be well again after that. And then you have the ghosts, last on the list. They say spirits can't harm you. Yes, they can. They say spirits can't touch you. Oh, yes, they can. They say spirits can't Minecraft you. Yes, they can. It's been done. You heard the term scared to death? There's a reason that is a saying. Besides that, it's not just ghosts there. There are sentient entities in places like that, and they are powerful. And you do not want to dance with those. They are dangerous. And the spirits there are not peaceful spirits. They are tormented souls who died a traumatic death. Some of them died a violent death. Those are the types of spirits you don't want to interact with. It will stain your soul. And it will haunt you for the rest of your life. And I am not willing to go through all of that for a little ghost hunt. No, thank you. They need to cleanse the land. They need to tear those buildings down, destroy by fire every particle of that place, and cleanse it. But there was a girl running through a cemetery one night, and it was said that a spirit grabbed her by the leg and pulled her down. The cause of death? She was literally scared to death. Her heart stopped. You can actually be scared to death. Did you know that? Google it. I'm not kidding. There's a reason that's a saying. Yeah. But yeah, I stay away from places like that for good reason. Like, I'm not willing to take on that amount of toxic energy. I am far too sensitive. And susceptible to energies. To be putting myself in that situation. And not gonna happen.
What had happened, but their findings were so grave they decided to sweep the case under the rug, hiding all students, parents, and officials who entered the asylum. The case was eventually buried, and the asylum was completely sealed off as toxic and harmful. The history of the asylum, while it was functioning, was still unknown, and the details of the students who explored it after it was abandoned are also unknown. My name is Jacob Benedict, and these are the details of how my team and I uncovered the terrifying secrets of the Williamsburg Abandoned Asylum. My team consisted of 5 individuals, including me, and at the time, we'd only been paranormal investigators for about 3 years. In these 3 years of working cases and seeing all sorts of things, we had come to the conclusion that despite whatever stories were told, they were just stories, and there really was no such thing as ghosts, creatures, or things that go bump at night. In this particular case, we heard first about it in March 2014, and finally decided to make the trip to the asylum in June. We got to the town late that day, and didn't do much except lodge in our hotel and brief on the case. We were immediately struck by the inconsistencies and the lack of information about the asylum, which set this case apart from anything we had encountered in the past. It piqued our curiosity and fueled our determination to uncover its secrets. The next day, we headed into town and split up into 2 groups, with 3 of my colleagues heading to the library to try to find out more about the history of the asylum, while Jessica, another one of my colleagues, and I went around town asking locals for any information they had. "Excuse me, ma'am. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions?" I said as we approached a middle-aged lady in the street. She replied with,
"Yes, sure, but I'm in a hurry and I don't have much time."
"Yeah, no problem. It'll be quick. Can you provide us with any information on your town's old asylum?" I said. The expression on her face changed slightly before responding with,
"Well, I can't tell you much. If it has to do with that asylum, I know just as much as you."
Her response shocked me, as I'd assumed a local would have a lot more information than we did. So I said, "Oh, I apologize. I had assumed since you lived here, you'd know a lot more than I do."
"Well, I can see how you'd think that, but I'm sorry, I don't know much, and I don't think anyone you speak to would know much either. Ever since I moved here, I've understood that the asylum is something to stay far away from."
She paused for a minute before saying,
"Of course, there are still stories and ideas, but I'll tell you this for goodwill. Nothing good comes from that asylum. It's best you leave it alone.
Despite saying she knew nothing, something about this lady's warning felt real to me. I also noticed she mentioned she moved here, so I decided to ask. So, before you leave, do you know if maybe there's anyone who grew up here and maybe knows something that could help us? She looked annoyed, but sluggishly replied,
A lot of people grew up in this town, but the only one I can think of to help is Mary. Her family was involved somehow with the asylum, and she doesn't live that far.
After that, the lady kindly gave us directions to Mary's house, and in less than 10 minutes, we were standing at our front door. The house was extremely large and quiet, but it was obviously old, and I could tell just by looking at it that there hadn't been any repairs in years. We knocked, and in about 2 minutes, an elderly lady opened the door slightly.
Can I help you?
She said, standing behind the door. Yes, we're looking for Mary. We wanted to ask a few questions about the abandoned asylum, I replied. The woman remained silent for a while before reluctantly inviting us into the home. The house's interior was just as run down as its exterior, with the paint peeling off and its floors confirming to me that the house was extremely old, and informed us to wait for her here as she went to get what she needed. She returned a few minutes later with a file completely covered in dust and told us everything there was to know about the abandoned asylum. After a while of talking, we discovered Mary's grandfather was head of operations at the asylum while it was running, and he passed away shortly after it was closed. She explained the file was put together by an employee at the asylum during an investigation that eventually resulted in the closing of the asylum. The case was handled quietly, and the family obtained the file after the asylum was closed, keeping it to avoid any scandals or leaks. However, when the kids went missing, the police asked Mary's father for information, and again, the file was used quietly, and the government found its contents too problematic and swept the case under the rug. Mary appeared emotional talking about this. She proceeded to tell us she'd uncovered the contents of the file after her father's passing and had been burdened by the guilt of keeping it all hidden.
I wasn't going to help you at first, but you seem like good people. I think you will do the right thing with that file and bring light to the activities of what went down at that asylum.
Mary seemed to have confused us for a journalist or some sort, so I responded with, Mary, there seems to be a bit of confusion here. While we do find everything you've told us intriguing, we didn't come here to get the scoop on this. We're here because people believe the building's haunted, and there are various myths revolving around the asylum. We'd hoped you'd know a little bit about its history. Thankfully, you did. But we still need to visit the asylum and find out what's really going on. Maybe there's even some truth behind the myths. Mary's expression had completely changed now, and she looked almost pale as she said,
Whatever you do, do not visit that place. Just take the file and release the truth.
She paused before grabbing Jessica's arm and saying,
That asylum is no place for people like you. The devil lives there now. The devil and all his demons.
Jessica quickly pulled back her arm and got up before saying, Jacob, we should go. I think we have enough. Mary began to frantically look around, saying,
Don't go. Don't go.
I got up and thanked Mary before leaving with Jessica and heading to the asylum. Little did I know.
It's like people like this will go into towns they don't know and not listen to the people who grew up there. And also, there's a lot of mystery surrounding those places because what went on in those types of places. You could not imagine the cruelties and the horrors that was practiced on the people in those asylums. It was horrific. No human being deserves to have done to them what was done to them in those places. You could not imagine the trauma and torment trapped in those walls. And if you don't think there are residual hauntings in those places, it's a lot of anguished energy, a lot of traumatic injury, like energy, a lot of tortured souls trapped there, perpetually reliving their nightmares. The atrocities done in those places is just unfathomable. And you best believe that that energy is seeped into the very earth beneath it. It's seeped into the walls, into the floors, the ceilings. Every fiber of those places is seeped in it. My advice, steer clear. I would advise no one step foot in any of those places. Nothing good will come of it, and what little clout you hope to gain from it, it's not going to be worth it. And I don't believe we should seek clout off the backs of tormented human beings. Because the people who perished in those places were mentally ill human beings who were being tortured to Minecraft. And I don't believe you should praise those places in any regard or seek clout off the backs of the thousands who lost their lives in those places. People died in those places. That's not something you want to get clout off of by exploiting the dead. Let them rest in peace. I think it's trashy. I think it's disgusting that people go into these places seeking clout and attention off of them. And it's in poor taste. If you want to do a piece on one of them, do a piece on the people who lost their lives in a respectful way, in a historical way, and do it with dignity intact. Those people deserve nothing less. Those were real people who lost their real life. Have some dignity. Yes, I believe in ghosts, and I go ghost hunting, but I do it respectfully, as respectfully as I possibly can. And I don't behave arrogantly or behave like a pompous prick. I'm very respectful of our dead. And it really, really makes my skin crawl when I see shit like this done. It really irritates me. That poor old lady was trying to warn them, and they're just like, oh, she just, no, you might want to listen.
That would be the biggest mistake we ever made. I think it was about an hour later, and my entire group was standing at the gates of the asylum. We had met up earlier to discuss what we had all discovered. The group that visited the library didn't find much, but they'd managed to find the blueprints of the asylum. We told them about our discussion with Mary and proceeded to look at the contents of the file together. The file contained all sorts of horrible tests and experiments that were done on the mental patients in the asylum. These experiments only led the patients to slowly lose more of themselves until they were eventually void. As time passed, patients began to die, and the asylum decided to bury the corpses on its grounds. What really began to worry the doctor, however, was the living patients who had already been losing themselves suddenly began to have regular conversations with their dead colleagues. They would be heard laughing hysterically and calling the names of the dead in the middle of the night. It didn't take long before the patients who hadn't been involved in the experiments began acting the same way, and eventually, the doctors. It was as if all those in the asylum began slowly losing themselves until they were completely void and could no longer function mentally. As we looked at the old asylum from outside its gates, it became increasingly obvious nothing good would come from walking through its doors. The asylum was a 3-story building, and it covered around 50 hectares of land. The building seemed way older than Mary's home, however, and its exterior had already begun deteriorating, adding to its already eerie look. I continued looking at the building when I suddenly saw a man staring at us from a window upstairs. That's when I said, "Hey, who the hell is that?" pointing towards the window. Everyone immediately turned their attention to where I was pointing, but shockingly, there was absolutely no one there. "Ha ha, very funny," Mason said, assuming I was playing a prank on them. I was stunned and concerned because I could have sworn I had seen someone at the window. Everyone played it off as a joke and began walking into the asylum. I followed behind and tried to focus on the task at hand, but all I could really think about was Mary's warning. I stepped into the asylum. I immediately felt the temperature go down drastically. The building was extremely cold, and although I could tell by looking at it that no one had been there in years, it didn't in any sense feel that way. It actually felt like I had walked onto a stage and had 1,000 eyes watching. We continued walking deeper into the asylum, looking for anything that would explain the paranormal stories that surrounded the building. The floors were still stained with blood, and the rooms were filled with chairs and beds with straps for the patients. The group had stayed together exploring the building, when suddenly I followed them into a room, and I was alone. At that point, I'd assumed they were playing a prank on me. "Guys, very funny. You've had your laugh, now let's move on and get out of here," I said, expecting a response. Instead, I was met with a deathly silence, and the temperature got even colder. I was completely scared and alone in the room when someone walked past. I immediately walked out to follow the person, but once again, there was no one there. At this point, I decided it was better to leave the asylum and wait outside for the others. I turned to leave, but I was met with the sight of a young woman in a gown and rotting flesh standing in front of me. My heart dropped at the sight of her, and she was so close to me that I could feel her extremely cold breath on my face. The lady only had one eye intact, while the other was being eaten by maggots and releasing a rancid smell. She slowly got closer and began to open her mouth. I closed my eyes and prepared for whatever was about to happen when I suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. I opened my eyes to see she was gone, and I immediately ran upstairs to see what had happened. I looked around upstairs for about 10 minutes before eventually finding Jessica sitting alone on the floor with her head in her hands. Said, "Hey, Jess, Are you okay? I don't know what's happening, but we need to leave right now. Come on. Jessica slowly raised her head and turned to me. She responded with, "Can't leave. We have to wait for the others so we can all go together." Jessica had messed up her hair in a way that had her face covered, and the room was so dark I could barely make out anything. But a part of me agreed with her, so I sat beside her and we waited. We had waited for almost 30 minutes in the dark and cold silence, so I figured it would have been a better idea to go look for the others instead. "Hey, do you remember where you lost the others? Maybe we can go find them and leave," I asked. However, I didn't get a response from Jessica. All I got was complete silence. I assumed she was probably just stressed out and...
One in the chat, if you don't believe that that's Jessica anymore. I don't think that's Jessica. I think that's a ghost.
didn't hear me, so I said, "Jess, we need to leave soon." This time, Jessica replied, once again lifting her head slowly to face me as she said, "Don't you get it, though? We can't leave. You have to stay with us now. All of us. Together." As she faced me, her hair was out of her face, and my heart dropped as I came to the horrific realization that I hadn't found or been with Jessica at all. The woman began to slowly chuckle before bursting out into full laughter. Her laugh felt like needles piercing through my ear, and before I could react, the room was full of other patients, also partially decomposed. They all joined in with her laughter and began walking towards me. Their stench filled the room, and no matter where I looked, their faces would appear, some more filled with maggots than others. At this point, I was completely lost and could barely hear my own thoughts. My body soon began to join in on their laughter. I tried vigorously to fight and gather my thoughts, but all my body could do was laugh and laugh and laugh until I realized I had lost myself. "Sir, are you all right?" I opened my eyes slowly in response to the voice I had just heard. A part of me wondered if I was still in the asylum hallucinating, but as I regained consciousness, I looked around to see a bunch of paramedics attending to my group.
What was I just saying about not going to places like that because of bad energy? Yeah, that right there is why you shouldn't go into places like that. What, Gandalf? Was this crazy? Yeah? What was this sound, Gandalf? What was it? Gandalf is over here looking at me all concerned and shit. He's like, "Mom, what was that? What was it, booby? What is it? Is it just a crazy? Making weird noises? Huh?"
Group and me. The police were also on the scene questioning Mary, who had placed a call to inform them we were in danger after we visited her home. I stayed conscious for about 2 minutes more before blacking out and waking up 2 days later in Eastern State Hospital, Virginia. Somehow, I had regained total consciousness and was aware of my surroundings. The rest of them, however, weren't so lucky. They all appeared to be conscious, but weren't in any way responsive to what happened around them. The police informed me Mary had called them, and by the time they arrived, I was found laughing hysterically.
Now, do you know you can be haunted in your dreams? Classic, you probably picked up a hitchhiker. You need to go get cleansed. I'm not even kidding. You need to go get cleansed.
Right behind the asylum's front door. This would mean I hadn't taken up to 11 steps in the asylum, and everything I'd experienced was all a part of the trance. The rest of my group, however, were found a long time later and had remained unresponsive.
What are you doing?
It's been 9 years since my experience with the asylum. Jessica and the rest of my group were placed in a different asylum. I have since given up on exploring all things paranormal. and I visit them regularly to remind myself what I experienced was real and not just a bad dream. Therapy has been helping. And every day, I wish I had just listened to Mary's warning. I hope my experience has convinced you all that behind every myth, there is some truth. And it is only those who are suicidal that would doubt the existence of the paranormal.
The following story I'm about to tell you may seem unbelievable. I understand that it may pass as just another internet story. I also understand that even though there were witnesses, not everyone believes me, nor do my family or friends. I admit that even though I question if what I experienced is real, but I know it is. It is as real as the marks on my skin will attest. It all happened at my old job. I used to have a massage parlor in my garage, and to tell you the truth, I really liked it. I always enjoyed being a masseuse, and obviously I studied for it. I'm not going to lie to you. Every once in a while, I received some indecent proposal that honestly ruined my day. But luckily, it happened less and less, and once they got to know me, almost all my clients were regulars. Everything was going more than fine until one day. I got a surprise from one of the men who always came to me for massages. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Nothing made that day special. The weather was normal, not too hot nor too cold. Nothing had happened to me the day before, nor did I expect that day to be remarkable in any way. I simply got up, had breakfast, and went to work on a day when my agenda was composed of clients I already knew. The first few massages were normal, and I was getting ready for my next client, and that's when the nightmare began. Tim was always a normal man. He was a married man.
I think you need to be careful. Classic. Because if you're coming home and you're already having issues with dreams, they're trying to connect with you. And not every spirit that tries to connect with you is a good spirit. And if they're giving you unpleasant experiences, the odds are you need to go get cleansed, and you need to bring protection, and you need to be very careful. Very careful.
And he never made any kind of proposition or innuendo to me. Tim had a small build. He was quite short and skinny, but I could tell he went to the gym from time to time. His personality was quite calm. He was a very polite, humble, and shy person. Needless to say, he also had a pretty low profile. I was getting ready to have a quiet session with him, but as soon as he walked in the door, I knew something was wrong. Tim was really very nervous. His face was red, and his relaxed posture was all tense, like he was really nervous about something. I greeted him politely, and he just gave me back a shy and forced smile. Something was happening to him. Hey, Tim, sorry for the intrusion, but are you all right?
Hi, Barbara. Yes, of course. I'm just a little tense.
Oh, I understand. Lie down. I'll do my best to make you better.
Tough week. I'd appreciate it. These last few days have been very tense.
Once Tim lay down, with his shirt off, I covered my mouth so I wouldn't scream from the shock of what I was seeing. His whole body was different. He had marks.
You probably picked something up, and that might have been a little much too close together, classic. But I feel like you know that, and I feel like you knew you should have worded better, and that you need to be more careful in the future. I know that can get exciting, but you obviously left your guard down or something wouldn't have been able to latch on to you, and you really don't want ancient ghost latching onto you. That could pose a problem. You can go to those places, but you need to ward better. That's all I'm saying.
And cuts all over. But not marks from a fight, and he didn't look like he had been attacked. The marks were key points of his body. It was like his body had gotten bigger and his skin couldn't take it. His skin was cut like a t-shirt that he had outgrown at some point. It was all very strange. But you know what? It wasn't the worst of it. What struck me most about his back was his hair. Tim was always a very neat person. He was one of those people who hated having hair on his body, from facial hair to hair on his back to hair on his legs. The only thing he was naturally accepting of were his eyebrows and the hair on his head. That's why I was so shocked by seeing him the way I saw him. His whole body. His whole body. Last month? This didn't make any sense. Had he taken any medication that caused him to have an allergic reaction?
Is there something wrong with my body? What's taking you so long?
Oh, I'm sorry, Tim. I was just looking for the cream. I must admit that Tim's comment caught me totally off guard. He would never have spoken to me like that. Somewhat uncomfortable, I rubbed some cream on his back and started massaging him. Something was wrong with his back, and I don't mean the cuts or the farting. His back was moving on its own. I thought about telling him to stay still, but quickly realized that would not be possible. All these movements felt involuntary. It was as if something was happening to his back, as if it was changing.
No, not now, not again.
From one second to the next, Tim gave a great scream and began to move violently. Terrified, I just stepped back and dropped the cream. His body began to change rapidly. His muscles swelled, and Tim stopped to scratch violently all over his body. I didn't know how to react. I was alone in my house. Should I scream and alert the neighbors? Wouldn't that put me in even more danger? In the middle of everything that was happening, Tim looked at me with a lot of anger and walked slowly towards me, always scratching and with unpredictable and uncomfortable movements. Nervously, I grabbed a shovel and told him to back off. In response, he just pulled it out with one hand and threw it to the side. With some resistance, he grabbed my neck with his other hand and slowly began to squeeze me. I can't describe to you what I felt at that moment. I tried to resist. I tried to fight back. But this person was not the same shy man who always came to me for massages. Nothing I did, no struggle or attempt I made to escape seemed to have any effect on him. Make no mistake, I couldn't breathe and I was choking. But I felt that rather than drown, I would surely break my neck. I could feel my life slipping away from me as the man focused on trying to kill me. And just as it started out of nowhere, it ended. Instead of continuing to squeeze me until I ran out of air or broke my neck, he simply threw me violently against the wall. Tim threw me with such force that it was a miracle I didn't hit my head against the wall because the damage would have been irreversible. Trying to recover from the blow, I looked up and saw my attacker more furious than ever. He wasn't even focused on me anymore. He was just running all over the garage, destroying everything in his path, screaming desperately as if he was an animal that had totally lost his mind. As he screamed, I could see Tim's body move on its own, to which the man only reacted by scratching, but with such force that I thought he would pull his skin.
You'd think she'd have called the cops by now. You got a violent guy in your house acting erratically and scratching his skin off, and you haven't. I'm calling bullshit. I'm like, and you haven't called the police by now. I mean, come on. I'm not buying it.
Off. It was easy to see that Tim, while visibly furious, was also in a great deal of pain. However, none of this made me question what was happening. No matter how much Tim was suffering, I was the victim, and he was the person attacking me. In the midst of his fit of rage, Tim concentrated on smashing the closet, totally ignoring the fact that I was standing next to him. I took advantage of this situation to slowly approach the huge garage door. Once there, I moved it slowly to open it. The door was very hard, and I could only open it a few centimeters, which served to let some natural light into the garage. Unfortunately, that light went right into the closet Tim was destroying, which alerted him immediately. Before I could finish opening the door and escape, I felt Tim's shadow behind me again. As soon as I turned around and faced him once more, he grabbed my face with both hands and, without squeezing, gave a huge, terrifying battle cry, with his face almost pressed against mine. That was the most terrifying moment I have ever experienced in my life, even worse than when he had flung me a few minutes before. His scream felt so loud, so violent, and so imposing that I felt it pierced my whole body and took away my will to continue trying to escape. After that scream, I fell to the ground, sitting down, crying with my eyes wide open. Tim was preparing to attack me once more, but at the last moment, salvation came. The garage door kept opening. It wasn't opening by itself. Several people behind it were pushing it. They were my neighbors. They were trying to get me out of the house. At that moment, I realized that even though I had not screamed or warned them that I was in danger, they all knew what I did for a living and that I was always receiving people in my garage. Tim's loud and violent screams and all the noise generated by such destruction alerted my neighbors, and almost all of them came to see what was happening to me. Once they had managed to open the garage door, they dragged me out before the eyes of a Tim who, instead of attacking them, took the opportunity that the door was open to run out of the house in his underwear. All my neighbors came to my rescue and immediately took me to the hospital. I had been saved. I must tell you, that was the last day I saw Tim. Or at least I think it was. From that day on, he never showed up or posted anything on social media again. His family never responded to my messages or tried to contact me. I never understood what happened to this man and how he went from having such a calm personality to whatever happened that afternoon. I must admit that in spite of everything, I always think about him and worry about him. Since that day, all the neighbors report seeing some kind of animal running through the neighborhood at night. I know this doesn't make sense, but sometimes I wonder, what if that monster is Tim?
My name is Charles, and for years, I've been the driver of the last bus. My shift starts at midnight and ends at 4 in the morning. Working the night shift has its share of loneliness, of course. But I've never breaks one autumn night. For the first, a few passengers got on and off. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning when I arrived at the last stop before turning around and returning to the depot. The stop was located in a dark and desolate part of town, right next to an old cemetery. There were a couple of dim streetlights, but most of the streetlights were out. As usual, no passengers were waiting at the stop. As I waited for the scheduled time before departing, I turned on the interior lights of the bus to check that everything was in order. I was checking my rearview mirror when I saw a flash of movement in the darkness. I turned to look out the rearview mirror and, to my surprise, saw a man running toward the bus. It was not unusual for people to be late and trying to catch the last bus, but the way this man was moving struck me as odd. His movements were jerky and erratic, as if he was panicking. When he finally reached the back of the bus, panting and sweating, I could see his face. He was a middle-aged man with a wild, desperate look in his eyes. I decided to slow the bus down so that this man wouldn't miss it. I was never really one of those drivers who enjoy passengers missing the bus to go home, especially at times like that. The man got on the bus and sat in the back of the bus. His disturbing smile never disappeared from his face. I looked through the rearview mirror and noticed that there were no other passengers on the bus at that time. The bus resumed its march, and as we made our way through the empty streets, the man began to hum a haunting song. It was an ominous tune that I did not recognize, and his voice had an eerie tone that sent chills down my spine. As we moved on, the man continued his strange behavior. He began mumbling incoherent words and laughed disturbingly. I became increasingly uncomfortable and concerned for my safety. The possibility that I was dealing with a dangerous person became increasingly real. Finally, the man stood up and pressed the button indicating that he was getting off. This stop was completely deserted as usual. When I opened the door for the man to get off, he just stood there and kept smiling. I asked him to get off, but he did not respond. Instead, he began to walk slowly toward the front of the bus. I felt trapped in my seat, watching with growing anxiety as the man advanced toward me. His smile widened even more, revealing crooked yellow teeth. I realized I did not know how to deal with this situation, and the thought of confronting him directly terrified me. When the man was only a few steps away from me, he finally spoke. His voice was an eerie, icy whisper that made me shiver. "Do you know who I am, driver?" I shook my head, unable to answer. I had no idea who this man was or what he wanted. "Don't you remember? I was one of your passengers many years ago, one night, just like this. But you wouldn't let me off. You had fun watching me miss the last bus, didn't you?" I had no memory of that incident, but that didn't matter at the time. I was too scared to think clearly. The man moved even closer, his face inches from mine. I could feel his cold, stinking breath on my face. "This is your last stop, driver. Today, it's your turn to stay behind." Before I could react, the man pushed me back with enormous force. I fell to the ground stunned as he lunged at me. I tried to scream, but his cold, skeletal hand closed over my throat, stifling my words. Looking terrified, I struggled desperately with the man who assaulted me. His eyes, full of fury and madness, were still fixed on mine as his grip grew tighter and tighter. I felt my life slipping away and an overwhelming panic overcame me. In a last act of survival, I reached for a small flashlight I kept in my jacket pocket. I wielded it with all my strength and hit the man's head with all my might. The impact knocked him back, releasing his hold on my throat. Coughing and gasping, I took the opportunity to pull away from him. As I sat up, I saw the man withering in pain on the ground, holding his head. He looked dazed and confused. Without a second thought, I ran to the driver's door and slammed the safety door of the bus shut, making sure he couldn't reach me. Then frantically, I reached for my cell phone and called 911 for help. The emergency operator's voice calmed my nerves. I explained the situation and the location of the bus. I was promised that the police would be dispatched and the bus steering wheel in the other, watching the man on the ground. The man began to come to his senses, but instead of trying to open the front door or looking for a way out, he just sat there and stared at me. His haunting smile persisted, and it was bigger than ever. He didn't seem to be in pain or show any normal emotion. When the police officers finally arrived, the man was arrested without much resistance. As they handcuffed the man, he continued to whisper incomprehensible words and laugh, which increased my discomfort and fear of him. The officers assured me that an investigation would be conducted and that they would take steps to ensure my safety. After giving my statement to the police, I made my way to the bus stop, shaking and shocked by the experience. I couldn't recall any similar incidents, but the thought of having left someone behind on a night like that haunted me. Eventually, the authorities discovered that the man suffered from severe mental illness and had been wandering the streets for years. He was not one of my former passengers as he had claimed. Although that revelation relieved me to some extent, the experience left me deeply scarred. From that day on, nights working on the bus became even more lonely and terrifying for me. Every shadow in the darkness, every haunting laugh reminded me of that autumn night. The story became an urban legend in the area. My night bus, known as the Last Bus, gained an infamous reputation. Though I tried to move on, that sinister smile and the man's icy whispers never completely disappeared from my thoughts. And my nightlife was changed forever. It's undeniable that some people find it easier to find a job than others. The job market is very wide for young university students hungry for success. For me, on the other hand, it's very different. My name is Alfred, and I am 50 years old. But this is not a story about how hard it was to find a job. Today, I will tell you how the job I got, with a lot of effort, is almost the last job of my life. Because of life, I was never able to study or finish school. Looking for a job at my age was really very difficult. But I am the only breadwinner in my family, so I had to do it. Every job I went to, they told me different things. Some would tell me that they would call me after talking to other candidates, but I could see in their eyes that they knew they wouldn't. Others were more direct and told me I was too old for any job, even something as simple as a supermarket cashier. I went from failure to failure, but just as I was giving up, I got an opportunity and started working right away. The job was quite simple. I was going to be the caretaker of a soccer field. The team was pretty humble, so the stadium was pretty modest too. I'm used to everyone at work pretending I'm not there, and when they noticed my existence, it was to ask me for things in a bad way or make fun of me. But this place was different. All the players and workers at the club were really warm and welcoming. They all made me feel a part of a big family that started with the president and ended with me. The people at this job were very nice, and in the beginning, I was very happy. Until I discovered something that changed everything. Although it felt like a warm and friendly place during the day, the locker room was pretty old. When no one was in them, they looked abandoned and very scary. To tell you the truth, I didn't feel scared or anything like that. I was a grown-up person, and I wasn't in the mood for superstitions or getting scared just because I was alone. The players told ghost stories and said that the field was haunted. They would tell me to be careful at night when I was alone, but I could tell that they were all laughing and not taking themselves seriously. My first nights guarding the court were pretty quiet. I came close to falling asleep several times. I really had nothing to do, but eventually I would get used to it and have a routine prepared, like carrying a book that I would read after cleaning up. I must admit that I heard several noises inside the locker room or in the facilities in general, but none of them caught my attention. Wherever I go, there will always be noises. If I am scared by each one of them, I would have to dedicate myself to something else. The important thing was that there were no people sneaking into the facility or a rat problem. I was pretty quiet all night and didn't let anything break my peace. Little did I know that this tranquility would give me a false sense of confidence that would endanger my life. That day, my shift was just beginning. I had just finished cleaning the players' locker room and I was leaving to clean the hallway. But I heard a noise that caught my attention, coming from inside the locker room, and it was too loud to ignore. Surely, no animal could have done it. It was like a thump, as if someone had tried to destroy a dugout, but there was no one there, as I had just exited through the only entrance to that locker room. Confused, I took out my cell phone and went back into the locker room, recording everything I saw. I didn't realize it at the time, but during the recording, a terrifying shadow passed by the wall at an enormous speed. Even though I didn't see the shadow, I felt like something in the locker room had changed in the 3 minutes I had left. It may have been the same locker room visually, but now there was something about it that terrified me. The place felt icy cold, as if a huge, windless, gelid chill had taken over the whole place. Immediately, I got goosebumps, not because of the cold, but because I felt that I was no longer alone. Before I could react, the battery of my cell phone ran out and it turned off, which made no sense because until a few minutes ago, I had it at more than 80% charge. Without seeing anything, but knowing that I was not alone, I ran out of the locker room as fast as I could, but it was not going to be that easy. Halfway through, I ran out of air and fell to the ground. It was a horrible feeling. I couldn't breathe and my lungs felt like they were going to burst. I gathered all my strength to get up again, but there was someone in front of me. There was a man, a local soccer player I didn't know. Why was he dressed as if he was going to play a match? Confused, I got up as best I could, and at that moment, I realized that something was wrong with this man. His skin was whiter than that of a normal person. It was too pale a white color, unnatural, as if he were dead. His eyes were glassy and his body was full of bruises. The moment our eyes met, the man began to cry tears of blood running down his face at enormous speed. Whatever this was, it was not human. While still trying to catch my breath, I tried to run past him, but he grabbed me by the neck with one hand. As I stood up, the man looked at me with a desperate and sad face and shouted, "You must help me! Who are you? Let me go! Please, you have to help me. I didn't ask for this. I was desperate. I'm married. I have a 3-year-old son. It can't end like this. Help me." "Hey man, I have a family too. I don't know who you are, but please don't hurt me. I just want to see my family. You don't understand the things they do to me. I can't go back. I don't want to go back. I just want to have another chance to hug my family. I want to see them again. I don't want to do this. I was lost and no one would help me. I beg you, do something." Make no mistake, I was terrified. Every fiber of my body was screaming that I was in enormous danger. But while he was saying these things to me, while this man was screaming at me and squeezing me with his arm, I felt that there was no evil in him. There was desperation. Suddenly, he let go of me and screamed for help again. But this time, he wasn't looking at me. He was looking behind me. The temperature dropped even lower, and even though the light was on, the room got darker and darker with each passing second. I looked behind me and saw a bunch of shadows going from one place to another, slowly approaching where we were. "They are here! Don't let them take me, please!" In a matter of seconds, the shadows surrounded the whole place, and ignoring me, they threw themselves against the terrified man. The shadows began to surround his entire body as he screamed louder and louder in despair. He dropped to the floor and began to spin as if on fire. And in my presence, something invisible began to drag him around the place until I lost sight of him. I could not believe anything I had just seen. My only reaction was to stay on the floor in the fetal position, crying and praying that this was all a nightmare. As soon as I got home, I saw my family surprised that I had arrived early. Without saying a word to them, I hugged them and started crying. After I didn't answer them when they asked me what was wrong, they just hugged me. The next day, I went to present my resignation. When I told the president of the club the whole story, he was shocked. At first, he thought it was a bad joke perpetuated by the players. But when I told him about the man, he believed me. This man was a soccer player who had been with the club when it was founded. Being a small club, not many people know this. But this man had taken his own life by hanging himself with a rope, leaving his family alone. The last thing he told me was that, normally, he would not have believed me. But the night before, someone with the voice of the deceased player knocked on his door. But when he went to see, there was no one there. After accepting my resignation, he told me that he only hoped that he was now in a better place and had found peace. I was left thinking with some bitterness that by the looks of those shadows that took him away, I don't think that happened. The 7th of November, 2014, was a day that marked a turning point in my life. Before that fateful day, I was someone who enjoyed experiencing new and exciting things. But after the horrors I witnessed at the Villisca Axe Murder House in Villisca, Iowa, I hadn't had a good night's sleep since. To fully understand my story, I'll need to take you back to the 9th of June, 1912. One of the most horrifying days the state of Iowa has ever seen. It all began with a family called the Moores. The head of the house was a man named Josiah B. Moore, and his wife was Sarah Nee Montgomery Moore. The couple had 4 children named Mary, Herman Montgomery, Arthur Boyd, and Paul Vernon. The Moores were a very well-known and affluent family in the community, and they were liked by everyone. That Sunday, the couple's 10-year-old daughter, Catherine, invited 2 sisters over to spend the night at their home, as they were her friends. Catherine's friends were named Lena Gertrude and Ina May Stillinger. Lena was 12 and Ina was 8. After the visitors had settled in, the entire Moore family, in addition to Lena and Ina, went to the Presbyterian Church that evening. The family visited the church because they were participating in a Children's Day program that Catherine's mother, Sarah, had coordinated. The Children's Day event lasted until 9:30 p.m. that night, and when it was finally over, the family and their guests walked home. They all arrived at the Moore's residence between 9:45 and 10 p.m. And that was the last time the family and their guests were seen alive. On the 10th of June, 1912, sometime around 7 a.m. that morning, a woman named Miss Mary Peckham started to get worried after she noticed that the Moore family had not come out to do their morning chores. Miss Peckham was one of the Moore's neighbors, and not seeing them out and about this early was odd. She knocked on the door to see if everything was okay, but nobody answered. She knew that eerie silence was strange, so she tried opening the door, but it was locked. With no other options, she called Josiah's brother, Mr. Ross Moore, to help her check on them. When Ross arrived, he called out to his brother, but no one answered. So he and Miss Peckham decided to get into the house with Ross's spare key. When they finally got in, they were met with a horrific sight.
That sounds familiar for some reason. The name of that house is ringing a bell. Also, that security guard, that is my spirit person. Like, I would have definitely quit. I wouldn't be wandering around an abandoned stadium at night anyway, because I'm a giant chicken. But, like, yeah, no. Mm-mm.
The disfigured bodies of the Moore family and the Stillinger sisters were found in their home by Ross Moore and Miss Mary Peckham on the 10th of June, 1912. The authorities were immediately called to the scene, and an investigation revealed that the murders had taken place between midnight and 5 a.m. The killer, who had been waiting in the attic for the family to fall asleep, started the massacre from the master bedroom where Josiah and Sarah Moore slept. The killer used an axe to repeatedly hack Josiah's face. The cuts to his face were so vicious that Josiah's eyes were missing, and his corpse was unrecognizable. The authorities also noticed a gouge mark in the ceiling of the master bedroom, from where the killer had lifted the axe to murder him. When Josiah was dead, the killer set his sights on Sarah, and he brought down the axe's blade on her head, shattering her skull with his continuous blows. As for the couple's children, he used the blunt end of the axe on their heads as he crushed their skulls. The vicious killer had bludgeoned them all to death in the same morbid manner as their parents. After that, he went downstairs to the guest bedroom and killed the Stillinger sisters. Josiah Moore was only 43 when he was killed, and his wife Sarah was 39. As for their children, Herman was 11, May Catherine was 10, Arthur was 7, and Paul was 5. The gruesome murders of the Moore family and the Stillinger sisters shocked the entire town of Villisca. A manhunt was carried out to find the person responsible, but the killer was never found, and the crime still remains unsolved. Now, I'm sure you're wondering how this gruesome case has anything to do with my experience. But just like the Moores and the Stillinger sisters, I too had a horrific experience in their family. In Iowa. I've known about the murders for as long as I can remember. I was born on the 13th of October, 1978, nearly 66 years after the murders. But even after all that time had passed, this gruesome case was still being talked about. The gruesome case was dubbed the Villisca Axe Murders, and it's often been called the most mysterious case in the United States. During my early teenage years, I always wondered why the Villisca Axe Murder case still maintained its longevity. There were many other disturbing cases in the United States that have left the minds of the masses, and I often asked myself why the Villisca Axe Murders case was so different. I looked into it a bit more when I grew older, and I soon realized why this particular case was so different than the rest. It's because, while some people believe the Moores are long dead, many others are convinced that the Moore family and their killer still roam the halls of their family home in Villisca. The rumors started a little while after the gruesome murders, as many people claimed to hear the screams of children coming from the house. Most of the Villisca residents wrote these rumors off as jokes. But as time passed by, people who visited the house came back telling more unexplainable and bizarre stories. A couple who visited the home said they could hear the Moores' children laughing as they ran around the home playing. 2 young women also reported capturing strange phantasms and apparitions on their cameras. The stories got even crazier over the years, and in 1994, a woman named Miss Martha Lynn bought the house and restored it to its 1912 condition. She stripped the Moore family home of electricity and plumbing, and she turned it into a tourist attraction. Since then, people from all over the world have come to the Villisca Axe Murder House to stay overnight and undergo paranormal experiences. The Villisca Axe Murder House has had a slew of visitors ranging from paranormal investigators to ghost hunters, and was eventually named one of the most haunted places in America. The house grew to new heights of popularity from there, and it seemed like everyone wanted to visit there. Well, everyone except me. Even though I grew up in Iowa, I always stayed clear of the place. As I said earlier, I was the kind of guy who enjoyed experiencing thrilling and exhilarating things. There were very few things I would say no to, as I was always down for anything. However, the only time I drew the line was whenever it was anything paranormal related. It had been like my grandmother was a strong believer in the paranormal, and while most people called her crazy, I always felt there was some truth to her crazy stories. I had sworn to never visit the Villisca Axe Murder House. But all that changed when my longtime friend Ron Lancaster visited me in Iowa. I'd met Ron during my years in college, and we'd been brothers since. Just like me, Ron enjoyed trying crazy new things, but he didn't have the same issues with anything supernatural or paranormal. Ron thought both the supernatural and paranormal worlds were all hocus pocus, and in a bid to convince me of the same, begged me to go with him to the Villisca Axe Murder House. I told him no, and nothing was going to change my mind. Ron was persistent, and he kept asking, but it didn't work. With no other options, Ron told me that he was traveling abroad the very next month, and that he really just wanted to go on a crazy adventure for old time's sake, as he wasn't sure when we'd see each other again. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I would have said no. I'd have been like, well, have a nice trip. I'm not going with you to this house. Goodbye. Yeah, no. No, 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 no.
Or if he was trying to guilt trip me into going or if he was serious. But his visit was almost over, so against my better judgment, I agreed. On the 7th of November 2014, my friend Ron and I made our way to the Villisca Axe Murder House. The tourist attraction costs $428 per night, and I felt that was far too steep. But Ron offered to pay for 2 nights. Once everything had been settled, they showed us to the rooms. I remember being really freaked out throughout the night, but Ron kept cracking jokes and trying to lighten the mood. We eventually went to bed that night, and I didn't hear anything out of the ordinary. I actually had a pretty good night's sleep. The very next day, Ron couldn't stop saying, "I told you so." And even though I didn't want to admit it, he was right. I told myself that all the so-called paranormal experiences were a hoax, and I was completely over my fears. After the first night, laughing. I was enjoying myself at the time, and I was really glad I came with Ron. But little did I know that I'd grow to regret that decision in the following minutes. Ron had gone up to his room to get his phone around 12:25 a.m., but it had been about 10 minutes, and he hadn't come back down. I wondered what was keeping him, so I went upstairs to check. When I entered the room, I saw Ron sitting on the chair with a wide grin on his face. I thought he was trying to pull a prank at first, so I told him to cut it out. But Ron didn't respond. I was about to smack him across the head when I noticed his eyes. They were filled with pure fear, and I could tell he was terrified. In an instant, the room went cold, and I couldn't move. A few seconds after that, a foul smell of rotting flesh began to fill the room, and that's when I saw it. I've always been at a loss for words whenever I tried to explain what my eyes were seeing, but it looked like some unseen figure was controlling Ron. I couldn't make out its shape, but I could tell something or someone was tugging at Ron's mouth and forcing him to smile. I also noticed Ron couldn't move by himself, and this unseen presence was playing with his body like a puppet. The scene looked like a puppet show from hell, as it seemed like Ron's limbs were being controlled by strings. I watched in horror as Ron's hand reached for the blunt scissors on the table. I could see the terror in his eyes as he struggled to make sense of what was going on, and we both tried to scream, but our lips wouldn't move. I then watched Ron take the blunt scissors and ram them into his right eye. I felt like throwing up as I watched the blood gush down from his face. I thought he was possessed at that point, because even though he was bleeding profusely, he still had a smile on his face. Ron then stabbed himself in the left eye before proceeding to repeatedly stab himself in the chest. My brain couldn't really process what was going on or why this was happening, and it was amidst all this chaos that I finally saw it. The thing I had sensed behind Ron had finally taken shape. It was a rotting corpse that stood at 7 to 8 feet tall. Its facial features had been eaten away by maggots, so it didn't look human, and its right hand was shaped like a large axe. Within seconds of its manifestation, the standing corpse disappeared, and I let out a scream before collapsing on the floor. The staff rushed to our room to see me lying on the floor, and Ron bleeding in the chair. We were both rushed to a nearby hospital, and luckily, we were able to be saved. I don't really remember what happened during the week after that experience, but according to the doctors, I kept screaming until I lost my voice for 3 days straight. It would take me 6 months and serious therapy before I was able to speak again. And even after telling my story, people found it hard to believe. Ron, who had lost both his eyes, was the only person able to corroborate my story to speak. The news took the headlines by storm as the authorities struggled to explain what had happened that day. It would take me 2 years of serious psychological care before I was able to acclimate back into society. I've also been going to therapy every single day since then, and I was...
Yeah, I'd have been like, that's a no for me, dog. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it a night. I think tonight, we're just gonna do animated horror stories about targeted Karens for the day, because like I said, I'd like to at least do one paranormal stream a week. So, I think I'll make those for Sunday nights. So let's plan for every Sunday to be Paranormal Sunday. I'm gonna try to start doing a more scheduled stream type deal. Like Sundays will be for paranormal. Twisted Karens. We'll have to pick a day or 2 days for that, and then we can do a day for comedy or urban legends. And then we need to do a night where the subscribers can come up and tell their stories. I would like to start doing like a true crime stream in there somewhere. I may do 2 paranormal streams a week, and the other 2 will be the Karens, and then do a locale live. Kind of try to nail down a schedule to where based on what day of the week it is, you'll know what kind of content I'm covering. Kind of get a routine going. But for now, Sunday is definitely going to be Paranormal Sunday. And we'll go over myths, urban legends, ghost towns, animated horror stories, stuff like that. Anywho, that was a fun stream, guys. Thanks for hanging out with me. Love you guys. And I'll see y'all later. Bye.